This is We All Be News-Free Dixie for the 21st century. See how it works? Somewhere. Can you dig it?
And so just want you to know. Man, I looked at that smile on your face just now. And the first time I ever wished I was a photographer to take that picture and let the world see that honesty and that integrity. And know some of the things I know, how you drive all over the country to chase us down. Chase us down. Okay? We move so fast. I don't know if you're married. I don't know if you're a family. I don't know if you're a wife. Okay? But when we get on here, we bosom friends. Anytime I see you, I stop whatever I'm doing. Hey, my man, how are you? Hey. Hey, man, what, that's, I owe that to you. It's an obligation that you have. How old are you?
Oh, 36.
So you don't have the right to do what 36 people do. You don't have the right to go to the dance or go to the party. You don't have a right to take that trip to Europe when I might need that plane fare to fly somebody else to feed my people that love me. Mm-hmm. You feed them. Oh, it's one thing being hungry from food. Right. There's another thing being hungry for information.
That's right.
And that's you, the feeder. You got to be the farmer. You got to grow the crop. Huh? You got to till the grain. And at nighttime, when you hear something that sounds like water, you got to go see if the crop's going to be flooded. That's your job, man.
Hey, everybody, this is Brother Ron. I am asking you all to do me a big favor. Think about supporting the We All Be movement. Your donation is tax deductible. The We All Be Group Incorporated is a recognized 501c3. And I'm just asking you all because I want to keep on bringing y'all quality work through the way that I know how to do best. And I'm going to sing my praises and toot my horn. A lot of y'all were not hip to Dick Gregory until Brother Ron brought him on the We All Be platform, until that jingle review we did. Y'all seen another side of Judge Joe Brown, and Judge Joe Brown's message has been amplified. But it was We All Be that brought Judge Joe Brown to y'all back in 2014, and so many others. And we covered so many things. So help us out so we can help you all. Peace. Guess who's back? Back again. Brother Run. Tell a friend. Guess who's back and still black? Guess who's back and still black? It's Brother Ron. Welcome everybody to another wonderful, entertaining, educated edition of We All Be News. News-free Dixie for the 21st century. I'm your hostess with the mostest, Brother Ron, also known as R2, C2, H2, the artivist, and we got a barn burner for you all today. But please remember to support what you want to hear. Whatever you want to hear or see or know, you got to do your due diligence as the people to support platforms like this. This is not, I make it look easier than what it is, okay? But the thing about it is, I saw comments on certain posts I have on my social medias. I am not a paid shield for any party. I'm not getting paid for this. That's why if you want to hear this, you got to pay it forward, people, good people. So it's a beautiful Saturday in the city of good abode, and we're gonna get to the stuff at hand. We got the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown will be on sometime in the very, very near future. I am Negro Donis, and I predict that Judge Joe Brown will be on. Get down with Brown. Send Brown downtown with barbecue sauce. He'll be on soon. But we got somebody here. Want to bring in. I think the brother is available. Right, Reverend Brother Charles, are you there?
Hey, Ron, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. We live on the air, man. So what you got going, man? I talked to you earlier this week, and it's like you got a lot on your mind. So you want to let it out?
Yeah, man. First of all, Ron, man, thank you for having me, man. I appreciate you, man. You know I love you as a brother, man. And thank you for what you do, man. Keep up the good work. I support you with all I can, man.
I appreciate it, Brother Charles.
Oh yeah. Just want to say concerning the Illinois Springfield incident, man.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go political, but I need to go spiritual for right now. I'm gonna keep it short. And I gotta go spiritual, man, because man, she said before he shot her that in the name of Jesus. I think she already kind of had an idea. The spirit that came up on her let her know that something finna go down. So my thing is, my message here is mostly for the residents of Springfield, Illinois, and mostly the Caucasian community and those people who call themselves political or government or activists or big in the community or what it may be. If you protest for human rights, abortion, and voting and all this stuff. You know, you go out there with your sign for LGBT community. You know, you participate, you active in all of that. Well, they're gonna need to go to the courthouse when this trial is on to make sure this guy gets life in prison without possibility of parole. Now, I ain't the one to say he should get the chair or whatever he may be, unalive, but I will say that they need to make sure they do that. And the reason I'm saying that, Ron, I want to go to Genesis, man, in the first book of the Bible. Even when Cain rose up and killed his brother, man, do you know that soon he killed his brother and that blood hit the ground, that God responded immediately because it was innocent blood. See, when he killed that woman and she said in the name of Jesus, whichever way how you look at it, it was still innocent blood shedded. So soon that blood hits the ground, it calls out to God. And that's the same thing that Cain did to his brother Abel. And you know what? And soon it happened. God responded instantly and said, "What have you done?" Which he already knew. So in saying that, now what has happened here is that a curse has been brought there. That's why I say that they better make sure this protest and speak up and say something, that this guy gets all the maximum that they can give him, because if they don't run, and it's the same way, even though we didn't have nothing to do with it.
Right.
When Jonah was supposed to go to Nineveh to tell them people what they were supposed to do, and he got on that boat, what happened to that ship? It started rocking in that storm, and they knew that he was the problem. They had to get him off of there. So it don't matter if you didn't participate in it, but if you are there and you can speak up and say something, or you saw what happened, it's your responsibility to stand and fight against evil. So in other words, the same way that if they don't stand up and say nothing, the same way that boat was getting rocked out there about to turn over, and they had to get him off of there. Well, the same thing with Springfield, Illinois. If they don't do nothing or say nothing, this guy give what he deserve, some judgment is coming. I'm talking about some devastation, destruction is coming, and I don't want that for nobody. But what I'm saying is, when you see your floods and your fires, your earthquake, your hurricanes, your mudslides, and all that kind of stuff there, that's spiritual connection. They talking about global warming. Man, this ain't, they're not going to tell you that it's judgment and that it's God's wrath because he's upset, because he's angry. His wrath is coming because of the of all the killing and the raping and the child trafficking and all this stuff here, man. All this stuff is going on. That's why California stay on fire. Every other year, California is on fire. And and the hurricanes are getting even worse too. Also tornadoes. But I want to put this, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be done wrong. Hey, if that cop doesn't get life in prison without parole, then it's still gonna be some judgment coming. Because somebody got to pay for that innocent blood that hit the ground. I don't know who's gonna pay for it if he don't, but it's cursed already. So somebody got to pay for it. Now, did I have a part in it? No, I didn't. But I live in that community, so it's my responsibility to make sure that I let my that courthouse know, or whoever the people are, a DEA and all, to get this guy to maximum. We should be out there with signs protesting and asking these folks to get this guy to maximum, because he has brought some curse up on that land, and some destruction is gonna come. And I don't know when or how it's gonna come, but it's gonna come. So I want to put that out there, man. And the reason I'm speaking just on this incident, because it's been killing all since the beginning of time, and it's killing me every day. But what I'm saying is, this is the first time that I've heard that a person, whether it's man or woman, say in the name of Jesus right before they got killed. It triggered this demon or whatever it was. So the debt got to be paid, man, and it's gonna be paid with some kind of way with natural disasters, because the community got to pay. Because if you don't go out there and protest and say something that this guy make sure he get, you can't bring him back, and you already affect the rest of the family, but you got to make sure the government do it, that the political part of it do what they supposed to do, man, and with this guy. That's all I want to say, man.
Well, Brother Charles, I appreciate your input and perspective on these matters. I think it's very important for people to consider the time we're living in, because that's the juxtapose what you said about her saying, which I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Look at the mockery that the Olympics did with their opening ceremony, how they really mocked the Last Supper and mock people's beliefs and stuff like that. It's a time of great reckoning coming, and we're already there. We already is a spiritual war on steroids. So we already there.
That's right.
So, like, you got anything else? I mean, because what's interesting, I noticed it's a trend where Black people getting unalived by the police. It's like every major election cycle. Because you think about 2020, right? George Floyd. You think about 2016, Philando Castile, Alton Sterling. You think about 2012, Trayvon Martin. It's like every election presidential cycle, they got to sacrifice a Black person for whatever reason. And we keep on falling for the okie doke, because it's problematic. Like, even with this current presidential election, especially on the Democratic plantation side, now Kamala Harris, she's the epitome of a DEI hire. She didn't win one primary when she ran for president the last time, but yet she still was nominated for vice president. She not win one primary. She not run for a primary this cycle, because she was VP under Joe. Joe Posey's went for a second term. She's the I guess people think she's the nominee for the Democratic Party this time. She didn't have to work for that. She didn't earn that, and she's not like us. She's not like us.
Ron, I think it was kind of, I think it was planned. You asked me. Now, yeah, and like we was talking the other day, we know all the presidents are related. That we know, understand that it's a bloodline, but and we know what we are fighting against. That's why I'm thankful and I appreciate what you're doing, because we doing our part. For those people that are not doing nothing, hey, you know, that's on you if you don't want to participate and do nothing. But the fight that we're doing is just enough to bring aware to the people like you're doing and making us aware. But here's the thing right here. God is fighting for us every day. We just don't see it because we don't pay attention to what's going on. It's bigger than us. We won't be able to conquer it because it's a system. But what I do know is that I see, I'm not a meteorologist, but I've had dreams since I've been a child about weather, and God speaks to me through the weather. And I keep up with the weather just as much as meteorologists do, but I didn't go to school to be one. But I'll say this right here. Every year, there's records being broken when it comes to hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, floods, earthquake, whatever you want to call it. Every year is getting more devastating and devastating. It's records being broken. See, we forget quick, like you said the other day, because last year, Ron, we had 4 tornadoes on the ground at the same time, like it was a football line coming through Mississippi. See, we forget about that, don't we?
Right.
Yeah. See, so what I'm saying is, when those devastations come through here, and look at the areas that it hit, you know, you don't see many tornadoes in the hood or in the black community where you got poverty and low education, high crime rate. You don't see a lot of devastating in that area. You know, but we do have our crime, we have our issues because we disobedient. But what I will say is that those other areas, man, that and I'm not glorifying it, I'm not happy about it or nothing like that, because my heart goes out to those people. But when God curses or things have been done where it got to be paid for, I will curse your children, your children. So some of the things that your parents, your ancestors did, you have to pay for some of that, even though it wasn't your fault.
Right.
But so that's why I say you have to get up and say something and bring awareness, so it'll show that you participated, that you stood for something, that you said something, that you knew that was wrong, that you spoke against evil. Don't matter was it black or white. It's evil. It's evil.
Right.
So man, I had to speak on that, man, because that by her saying, man, and I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, man. He shot her like that, man. And I know some evil stuff been done wrong. Don't get me wrong, but man, at that time, man, it hits me. God put it on my heart to come and say something and start speaking up. And like I appreciate what you're doing to say something, because this is pure evil. And what I'm saying is that I don't want these tornadoes and this devastation come through my community. I want to say something, speak up against it, because those who don't say nothing and you got the power to, hey, it could come at your doorstep. And you wonder why that you losing everything. You wonder why you don't, destruction, you done lost your home and everything that you own that was paid for. Why would that happen to you? We don't know why things happen. Tomorrow ain't promised to none of us, but at the end of the day, you stand back and you look at it and say, well, I still got my life. But this is to show you that, hey, something is not right here. Let me change what I'm doing and try to do things right and line myself up with so the God of wrath comes and destruction comes from disobedient and demonic practice and demonic rituals that being done over the earth. See, it's the reason you see more fires in California than you might see over in the tornado alley. So where most of the tornadoes come. And I tell you one other thing that I bring to your attention that people forget quick. You remember Jasper, Missouri, where it was a tornado, that the first time in history that a tornado came down outside that city. Jasper, Missouri is right above the line of Arkansas, right in there almost. That tornado came down right outside that town as a F1, and a few miles later, that tornado had formed into a F5 quicker than any tornado in world history. Before some people got on the ground, but some people got caught off guard. Even though they were saying tornado on the ground, tornado on the ground, they were warning, setting the alarm off. It was already there. See, you can prepare and try to do this. You can't beat God. You can't figure out a plan and how to try to outsmart God. So that's what I'm saying. That tornado went through there and tore up everything, and then it looked like now now I've seen a few times where tornadoes mostly go from south, west to northeast. Man, I don't see them start looking now. I just seen one this year after the eclipse. Man, some of them was coming from the northwest, like it was coming to the southeast. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's never happened in history, man. So to me, it's saying that you can't outsmart God. You're not going to escape the wrath. You're not, you know where you can run or hide or this or that, because those sins and this evil demonic stuff got to be paid for. So hey, it's Jacob's time, it's Jacob's trouble. That's the way I see it. And not all people are bad, because you got bad and evil in every in all nations and different walks of background. But when you see mostly just killing, it's the same things that are going on for as well, it's the police who even shot another. Well, this. Hey man, you don't see that a lot of other places over the world. They getting their part too, but no, this ain't global warming. This is judgment, and I'm trying to stay out of the way of it, Ron. That's all. Yeah, man, I appreciate
it, bro Charles. Thank you. But also, you said about generational curses. You made reference to that. Sonia Massey, the sister that got killed by the police early this month. Now they tell me that I read somewhere people saying that her relative, her ancestor, was William Dunnigan. He was one of the victims of the 1908 Springfield race massacre, and he got killed back in 1908. And they said she actually died in the same hospital as he died, or pronounced dead in the same hospital as he. And that Springfield race massacre led to the formation of the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, back in 1909. Wow. And I think it's a reckoning, because we have not learned from the past. The past is never past. But I don't feel like whoever you vote for this fall is going to make a difference if we don't decide to change ourselves and how we view ourselves and how we value ourselves and what we stand on. If we don't do that as a people, as individuals, as well as a collective, we're not going to get where we think we need to go. Because Dr. King said it, and people overlook it. He said, I may not get there with you. He's seen it already, but he said, we as a people shall get to the promised land. So we got to deal with us. And then to think about people say, oh, Jim Crow was so bad. Okay. But still, Black folks was forced to work with each other. We was forced to live in the same community. We was forced to help control our institutions. So that system actually forced us to deal with us. Now we got so much so-called freedom and choices. We just all over the place. We got no direction, no focus and stuff like that. It's like when people say, you talk about curses, I believe women should have a right to whatever they want to do to their bodies, right? That's their business. But don't tell me you said where it was Malcolm X and Dr. King, where Ida B and Fannie Lou, when we aborted them. They tried to come back and we got rid of them before they were born. So don't tell everybody. I'm just saying, even Tupac, I love Tupac, but he looked just like his father's mother, right? And from my understanding, she had a lot of kids, and she went to get an abortion, and she died from complications from the abortion because she was having twins. So it was like, this grandma, beautiful woman from Florida, died young because she had so many kids. I guess she was trying to stop, But that happens. But I'm saying, I'm not knocking people. You look at even our Black leadership have always been compromised in this country, because even like I talk about Planned Parenthood, Dr. King, and I got a lot of respect for Dr. King. He won the Margaret Sanger Award back in 1966. He won the Nobel Peace Prize, but the people that prize his name after, he invented dynamite or something like that, right? So he really a war hawk. And then he won the Margaret Sanger Award, and Planned Parenthood. Margaret Sanger was a Klanswoman by another name. Yeah, she used to be the Klanswoman back in the day, and but you had the Negro Project from Planned Parenthood, where they approach black leaders. These people that I love and respect. I'm talking about like Mary McLeod Bethune, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. I'm talking about they even approached Malcolm X on how to market to the black community.
Yeah.
It's the eugenics always, it's not the Nazis, it's America. The Hitler learned from us.
But we just now waking up. But we just now waking up about it, Ron. We didn't know. You know, it's like the blind was leading the blind. We were lost. You know, we went up on game already when people are ahead of you 5, 10, 15 years, and you know you are not. So you figure things out later. It comes to you. The only reason that we are being aware now, Ron, is that God is pouring His Spirit down on you. He's pouring His Spirit down on a lot of us. He's opening people's minds, opening their eyes so where they can see the truth now. Everything's being exposed. See, the sheet has been snatched off now. So it makes you aware. But those who can see, it's your responsibility and your duty to say something, to stand for something, and say something about this, man. It's if you think it's gonna get better, I mean, you got to be fooling yourself. You know, because I mean, we're doing the best we can. That's why I say I appreciate you speaking up about it and what you're doing on this show right here. If you don't do this, and this is our right, freedom of speech, then what do you have? What can you do? This is the first phase here. You got to speak up. Then we go from there, man. But yeah, we just get the information wrong, and we've been lost, man. And then you know, God just opening things up now and pointing and revealing things to us where those of us who will speak up and say something, who not afraid, because God spirit of fear. If you hadn't found nothing you would die for yet, you ain't fit to live.
Yep.
So it's plenty of your ancestors died before us that paid the price to help us get to where we at. And you tell them we can't stand. Not one of us can stand in the gate for each other. This temporary. We ain't gonna be here forever. We just passing through. So you got to do something about this. You know, I don't know, man.
I mean, when you say that our ancestors, you got to stand for something, you got to be willing to put your life on the line for something. I'm remembering right now with the brothers from the 24th Infantry, 3rd Battalion, 24th Infantry, 3rd Battalion, the Buffalo Soldiers did in Houston back on August 23rd, 1917. They were seeing the black community being abused by the Houston police, all white police force down there. They was disrespecting the soldiers who was in uniform, helping to protect the installation of Camp Logan outside of Houston. Police will harass these black men, these courageous black men who took an oath to protect the United States of America against enemies, both foreign and domestic. And then August 23rd happened when they thought they lost one of their own, Corporal Charles Baltimore. And they thought he was beaten up real bad and killed by the police because he came to the assistance of a sister. Then I think her name was Virginia Travers. She was getting assaulted by the police. It kind of reminded me of my sister Sonia Massey. They were doing it in 1917. What's changed? But no, they came. He tried to come to her assistance. They chased him, shot at him, beat him up, put him in jail. And the brothers at Camp Logan thought he was dead because they said, "Oh, the white folks killed Charlie Baltimore. They coming to Camp Logan to lynch all y'all." So they said, "The hell with waiting to die. Let's bring the battle to them." So they took all the guns off the base, marched into Houston and shot up the place, killed a whole bunch of police officers. And then they turned themselves over when they realized one of the people they killed was thought was police, was a white National Guardsman from guess where, Illinois. So they said, "Oh, we made a mistake. We killed one of our own." So they turned their weapons on, and then and then you got to think this is the largest murder trial in American history. You got 100 plus black men on trial for their lives. Out of the 100, about 40 plus were sentenced to life in prison, and 19 were hanged. This is back in 1917. You got to remember what happened the month before was the East St. Louis race massacre, where hundreds, if not thousands, of black people were murdered in cold blood. In East St. Louis, where? Illinois. And the only reason they stopped killing black folks so they could celebrate the 4th of July. Isn't that ironic? So that happened the month before, and the nation's at war. We at war right now. Don't even know we in World War III. We already there. So like, they had to do something to make an example out of those black men, but they were denied their proper due process. They did not have the correct legal representation. It was a kangaroo court. They did not even get a chance to file an appeal. No presidential review. So the reason why I bring this up is because I had a chance to study this. A lot of them brothers, they believed in God. They knew there was an afterlife after this. And even though they knew they were railroaded, they accepted their fate like men. Because like you can read letters they wrote home to their family. One was a brother named Thomas Hawkins. He was a preacher's son. And he knew he was railroaded, but he said, I got the faith. You know, if Charles Baltimore, he wrote a letter to his brother back in Pennsylvania. I'll see you later on, brother. I'll see you later. Because they already knew they had a faith. They were men of God. And sure enough, even though they were disrespected so many years and decades ago, the Army, in a reversal back in fall of last year, gave them guys all honorable discharges. But the damage was already done over 100 years ago. To me, that calls for reparations and restitution for their families who've been traumatized by this for generations. Yes. See, we all been traumatized. See, people always say, well, the statutes of limitations ran out. But you got sundown towns. If I kind of come back to reclaim my land, y'all kill me. You got a lot of black folks that left Mississippi, not because they wanted to go to Chicago, because they was ran out of Mississippi. They were landowners.
That's right.
They were landowners. Robert Johnson's stepfather, the blues singer, he had owned a lot of land in Mississippi. These Italians ran them out of there.
Can you imagine? And I didn't know this till I was in college. Can you imagine seeing a woman hung upside down by her feet? She pregnant. The only reason they doing this to her because she was trying to fight for her husband that they had lynched wrong because he hadn't done anything. But being hung upside down, Ron, as a woman pregnant, and you stab her in the stomach, and the baby fall and hit the ground, and you crush the head of the baby. Now, to me, if you can take a child and feed a child to an alligator, and you can sit there and watch that. See, because I know some people, I can probably take them down to the lake, and if that was to happen, most of them probably faint, especially women. But my thing is something is wrong. Something is like you have to be possessed in order to do something like that. You got to be like it's something in the blood, man. And I'm not saying all, it's just some, because I can't comprehend that. If you beat a man, Ron, if you beat a man and he can recuperate and heal, and whatever that he did or you thought that he did wrong, he might can heal and go on, and that. But some acts, man, is just, to me, just demonic, and I just can't comprehend that. And I don't mean to sound like I'm prejudiced or racist, because that's not my case. I'm that's not me, and I understand what racism and prejudice is, and I know I can't be that, but I also can have hatred in my heart. And why would I have hatred in my heart when I call myself a God-fearing man? Right. See, I'm not gonna hate you because I don't have the last say. So you might decide to change and ask for forgiveness and make a difference and make a difference in somebody's life. Who knows what might happen? But so I can't hate you, but what I can do is fight against that evil spirit that you have. So yes, I believe that I read my Bible a lot. I study and I can not compare it, but I kind of bring it in together with what I see for as the weather today and for what I see in politics today. And just like you said about Kamala Harris, this is my belief. The Obamas them just endorsed her, right? Okay. I believe that Obama is going to be help running this country some kind of way with her. Now, Russia and some of these other countries, they got dictators. You know, even though they have an election, nobody never wins against Putin, man. Everybody come up dead. I did the research on that one, Ron. He done killed people, man.
I mean, he's a real strong man. He's a strong man for real.
Ron, he done had at least 12 people killed that done ran against him. And I can show you that. I researched that.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, man, if the Antichrist is going to rise to political power, eventually, Ron, that's coming to America. That 4 year, you gonna do 2 terms. That's gonna do away with. Something is coming down the pipe that's gonna be done away with, and you'll be able to stay in office as long as you voted in. At least you think
it's funny you said that. Donald Trump said the other day allegedly that you vote for me now, you have to worry about voting for me in 4 years. He said that. I don't know it was AI, but they act like he said that for real. I said, he knows something that we don't know. And then, like you said, all the people related. People don't even know that Donald Trump is related to Hillary Clinton. They both
I didn't know that either, but I knew they all was related, but I didn't know how it was.
19th cousin. They connected through King Edward the third, I believe. I think that's their ancestor. But they 19th cousins. But the Clintons went to Trump's wedding to his current wife back in 2005. They were invited guests. And Trump tried to go to the Chelsea's wedding, but they didn't invite him. So that's interesting. But they related though. It's like I read somewhere that John D. Rockefeller was related to Jesse James. They just robbers by another name. Jesse James and John D. Rockefeller are relatives supposedly.
Trump is related to Queen Elizabeth too.
Yeah, they all the royal family, the King Edward, all them. They all tied. That's how he tied.
Yeah,
so he's part of the bloodline too. Yeah. But it's like you look at these people that are in show business, a lot of them related to each other. You know what I'm saying? Like people I didn't know were related. I didn't know they were related. So it's like, is it really by chance and hard luck? I mean, hard work, or is it something else going on? They all selected, right?
Man, they related. If you ask me, Ron, we have no proof, but I think it was planned this way. I think it was planned down through history from their forefathers who like George Washington and all the rest of them, Thomas Jefferson, all those who came and started this whole. All it is a big Freemasonry. That's all of them are. They're all Freemasonry. Yeah, and this land is cursed, and you ask me, you're going to see more devastation. You're going to see more judgment coming because the 400 years is up. See, God told Abram that your people are going to be in the land. They're going to be afflicted and cursed for 400 years. But now 1619 was the first slave ship, right? Then 2019 was 400 years. 1619, 2019. That's why in COVID they came out with COVID-19, because they had to do something to destroy the economy. And then when they come back from that, now what you see a 2-bedroom apartment now, $1,800 a month, $2,000 a month. You see how the grocery price and everything that went up. So every few years now, they're going to come up with some kind of way, Ron, because they got to take the prices up. And why? Because you can't buy or sell nothing unless you got the beast, unless you got the mark of the beast, right? So now, so now let me ask you: if the Bible say a day's work is worth a wheat of bread, then what is that actually telling me, Ron? A day's work is worth a wheat of bread. So you mean to tell me that a carton of eggs, a dozen of eggs, gonna cost me $20, Ron? $40, $30? Man, how we supposed to make it through that, Ron?
Exactly.
So we need to just pay attention and speak up and see these things going on, Ron. And I hate to say this, but I believe more killing is gonna come. And what reason would I have not to think that from what I've already seen? So we might well prepare ourselves. Continue what you're doing, Ron. Speak up, and hopefully you can blow up to make awareness to people, man. Open people's eyes and ears, because it's only gonna get worse. And the worse it get, the more we got to stand and fight. It's a spiritual fight. There's nowhere on this earth you finna go and think you're just gonna have peace and joy. This is a spiritual fight until you are called home. So stand up and fight, and stand up and speak up.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we needed that. It's something about Black men. We are powerful because we got to save the world again. We got to save America. Black men always come to the aid of America when she's acting up and want to be ratchet. So it's time for Black men to stand up and be counted. That's why they did the COINTELPRO to prevent the rise of a Black so-called Messiah, a Black man they stand on some principles. Because we had that 60 years ago. We don't have. It's funny how we had black leadership 60 years ago, and we also had black families as well too, with mama and the daddy at home with the kids. And now 60 years later, we call this progress. We don't have nothing to show for all the so-called struggling. But back in those times, a brother could get a job at the Firestone, dropping out of high school, and work there for 40 years, and take care of his whole family. Wife could stay at home, raise the kids, and on one income. So how bad was it really? I know y'all talking about we couldn't go to the restaurant or go to the gas station, use the restroom. Hell, how bad is it? At least you could afford the restaurant. And you know what I'm saying? You could. It's like, to me, it's not about it's about quality of life. It's not about cheap. You know, people want a certain quality of life. You gotta have, you can't have both. You can have Walmart prices, or you can have a quality where they're not trying to poison you. I mean, I'm talking about the system, like they poison you with the medication, with the food. It's not food. Like somebody told me the FDA, the Food Drug Administration, stand for, like, you know, they feed you, they give you the food to make you sick, so they can give you the drugs to make you sicker. It's like they want you dependent, and people don't even see what's going on. It's a Hunger Games, a purge. They're trying to get rid of people, man. Well, this is systemic eugenics.
Me and you said it earlier. So if we know that all the presidents are related, don't you know that the CDC and the Drug Administration and the drug company, all of them are related. They are clique. They are together. They're not going to go against each other. So, you know, hey, that's what we're fighting against, though, man. But you know, as long as we are aware and we know we do what we can do, Ron, and just and continue to pray about it, man, because it's getting to the point where it's just, you know, things are getting dark and darker. So, you know, we got to stay alert and stay awoke, and continue to pass things on. And in these movies that they putting out now, man, even though they put it in our face, Ron,
right,
and they let us know things that they're gonna do before they do it. But also just like Satan was in the garden, in the Garden of Eve with Eve and Adam. Well, he told her some of the truth, but he also told her a lie too. So Satan never gives you the total 100% truth. He mixes it. So, Ron, if I take 2 glasses of water and I tell you this glass has got half a poison in it, Ron, it's half water and half poison. And I take this glass of water and I say, Ron, this glass over here just got a drop of poison in it. Do you want either one?
No.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what Satan does. He takes the truth and mix it with a lie, and people are deceived because he's the great deceiver. When you watch the movie Roots, when Kunta Kinte was coming over here on that ship, they told us that when we seen the movie, Kunta Kinte was praying out to Allah. What, you know, remember that? You're praying to Allah. We supposed to be Muslim, right? Okay. But if you pay attention to history, you will see that those slaves that they brought over here, they're supposed to have been singing that was calling out to Allah, they were supposed to be Muslim. They was in the cotton field singing Kumbaya. Now, Ron, now anybody can get this information. You tell me, why was those slaves singing Kumbaya when Kumbaya is a Hebrew language? That's not a Muslim language. That's a Hebrew language. So really, the movie Roots, y'all lying. See, I understand now. Satan owns the airways. He owns the movies. He owns the music. He owns the radio station. He owns all of that. So you're not going to, the news station, the media, he owns most all of that. So that's why you're not going to get your total truth in none of this. And what you need to know is going to be hid. So, yeah, we have to study. We have to be alert. We have to continue to speak up and share information together. Let's share. What's wrong with me listening to you and you listening to me? If we both study, you take what God has given you, I take what God given me, we put it together. Right. You know, we share, yeah, but we don't do that, man. We don't share enough as other people do, and that's what hurt us a lot, because we think we're supposed to keep it to ourselves, and I'm the big guy. I know more than you, and yeah, I'm the head and all this. It ain't about that though. Hey, yeah,
bro, you said it, man. And I feel like the people, they're getting fed pretty well over here. And I'm looking at the comment section. Like they really enjoying this conversation that we having. And I'm sure people are having this all around the country though. But the thing about it is it's weird because like I feel like we're in a civil war in the Black community, so to speak, a cultural civil war when it comes to this election cycle. It kind of reminds me of the Black Panther movie, the first one, where the Black men and women were fighting against each other at the end, towards the end. Like you had the Black women on one side, the Black men on the other side. And my thing is, like, a lot of us came to the conclusion that the real hero of Black Panther was not Black Panther or T'Challa, it was Killmonger. Because Killmonger recognized that, he was trying to be revolutionary by any means necessary. And what I'm understanding right now, that I got to be looked at as a villain for my people. My people don't respect, a lot of times what we're trying to do to empower them. We got a historical problem disrespecting folks that care about us and serve us. And so my thing, I'd rather look like a villain than to actually be a real villain and let y'all keep on drinking that Kool-Aid. Well, hey, wait a minute, this is what's in that Kool-Aid. And I'm willing to take those shots, because what people don't understand is they have purposefully dumbed down the American population, not just Black people. They purposely did that with all the stuff they don't teach in school. They don't teach you critical thinking. They tell you to vote. I just voted today, but they don't tell you the 3 branches of government no more. A lot of people walking around don't know the 3 branches of government because they didn't learn civics. They don't even have social studies like they should. And my thing is like, people worry about Project 2025, about them getting rid of allegedly, supposedly, the Department of Education. It's been a Department of Miseducation to me, because I'm meeting people in the street that graduated from high school with diplomas that can't read or write or add. They can't do simple arithmetic. I don't even give people money no more in the stores because they can't count. It's not because they stupid either, because they've been, you get about, okay, you don't train me, but I'm always on my phone looking at distractions, bread and circuses. And you got my attention span so short, I can't even read a 30-page book. Because I'm waiting for everything to be told to me within a minute. If I don't get it in a minute, ain't worth pursuing. So even like you talking about, I talk to band directors in school, middle school and high school. They have an issue. The kids are talented, but they don't practice because they got too many distractions. They got smartphone, they got the tablets, they got all this stuff going on. Where, you look at Charlie Parker and them back in the day. Charlie Parker used to practice for 15 hours on the saxophone. But that was during the Great Depression, though. He didn't have no Pornhub. He didn't have no internet. He didn't have no social media. He didn't have that many distractions. But now you live in a world where everything is about distraction, about deflection, about keeping your attention while they rob you over here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They robbing you. They robbing us of our future, because what they don't tell you too is that I talked to this guy named Jeffrey Haas. He was a lawyer up in Chicago, a Jewish guy from Atlanta. Opened up the People's Law Office, and he was friends with Fred Hampton Sr., who got killed by the FBI. Him and Mark Clark, and while they were sleeping back on December 4th, 1969. And he told me something that was very fascinating. I never forgot it. He said, Ron, the reason why we was able to do that community advocacy, that activism work in the community, is because when we came out of law school, we were not in debt like people are now with student loan debt. We didn't have that debt. So when you didn't have that type of debt, you could take more chances and risk in order to serve people and worry about getting paid later on. Now you can't do that. People say they're free, debt slaves. It's slavery by another name.
Yeah.
You're a slave to the medication, slave to the food. I mean, Chick-fil-A ain't that good. Hell, I mean, the line be all around the corner. That food ain't all that. It ain't all that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
At all.
Hey, just make it short right quick. I think I've seen somebody typed Kumbaya is not a Hebrew language, it's an Indian indigenous people language. But here's what I want to say about that. The Civil War, when they had the Civil War run, it came about, we all know that the North was fighting the South, but this in the South was fighting to keep the slaves. But now that Kumbaya song, Ron, God, those people out there in that cotton field that was singing that song, God heard that cry. God heard that cry, and he answered. And I'll tell you how I know that. That Civil War, more men if you take the Civil War and you look at it, it was brother against brother, and they were fighting. And Abraham Lincoln realized that these slaves have become a curse to us. And so what he did was he wanted to stop it because he saw what was going on. More men in the United States died in the Civil War than any war in world history. Now look it up.
Say
Look
that
it up.
again. Say that part. You said more men.
More men died. More men in the United States when in the Civil War died than any other war in history. Look it up.
You don't like World War more than World War One to my like American soldiers?
Yeah, I'm talking about American soldiers. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense because they fighting against each other, right? Or they Confederates, but they still part of this. But we're gonna bring in also to the conversation the one and only His Honor. You stayed on long enough. Is the Sheriff Judge Joe Brown.
All right, law and order on the premises. Judge is in the house. Okay, look, brother, you're partly right on that, but the actual stat is it's not the most number of dead folk in world history and war. That's taken by World War II. The Nazis killed off 9 million Russian soldiers. They killed off 25 million of the Russian population. 125 million Russians died altogether. 9.5 million Germans died, and the list gets longer. But in the American Civil War, the death and casualty toll was twice as great as the combined total of all of the wars the United States has been in. Gettysburg Address, 7 years ago, in that 3-day battle that started on the 2nd of July and finished on the 4th, what wound up happening was there were 53,000 casualties, 82,000 total, when you count the missing in there in just 3 days. That kind of thing was horrible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, now that's the correction. But yeah, it's people talk about Civil War, they don't get it. The casualty count, if it were held today on the same percentage, would be between 7.5 and 9 million people dead, let alone the wounded that would be counted in the United States if they had another comparable Civil War.
But you don't think we heading that way, Judge, especially with August coming with the Democratic convention? You got the Democrats, they all divided, so to speak. They're going to, I guess, show all their cards at the convention. Then also you had the situation in Springfield, Illinois with the sister, Sonia Massey, who, I mean, that's the tensions. Like that was Barack Obama announcing his bid for president back in 2007.
Remember?
Springfield, Atlanta, Lincoln. And you got that type of stuff still going on. It was 2007.
I don't think it'd be much of a real civil war because remember, one side is all into gun control and the horror of the semi-automatic assault rifle look-alike. So they're trying to ban them. I don't imagine that they have the stores of firearms and ammunition that the other side has. So it might be a rather short one-sided affair. But I think they probably would try to assume that little chicken shit thing of throwing bricks through windows and trying to burn stuff down if they felt that they had somebody in there to bail them out and protect them. I don't think they have the balls to go out and do what's necessary on that left side. But, you know, I think what is going on, though, is a very horrible breakdown in this country because I'm not just seeing political opposition and disenchantment with one side or another, the position held. I see an active buildup where one side actively and viscerally detests the other. See, because it boils down to something else besides politics. It's a view of life. And essentially, the far left has a mission. It's an agenda. And when you synthesize it, take everything out of it, it's to impose a rainbow cult faith on the rest of the country. They're trying to impose a new religion. They're acolytes, disciples, and apostles of corruption, decadence, and depravity. of abandoning duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, and accountability. They want to impose an anything goes atmosphere of lust and decadence. No guilt, no shame, nobody has any obligations. Hate yourself and impose your hatred on everyone else, because think of it, with all of these little blue boy girls, trannies, going around in sports bras and rainbow panties with the dicks tucked in, that's self-hating what they are. So it's promoting self-hate, not love of self. It's supporting something that is detrimental to humankind. We can't even indulge in our favorite sport anymore, which is girl watching if you're a guy, boy watching if you're a gal, because you don't know what the hell you're looking at anymore. They've just corrupted the whole damn process. It's a mess. But anyway, it is what it is, and we have to do something about putting it in check. It's a gangrenous situation that is infecting the whole country, and we have to take the sharp scalpel of our votes and excise, amputate that infected limb so it doesn't kill off the whole country and what it stands for. We have our problems, but we are unique in all the world in that we incorporate means within our governmental system to correct the sins, errors, omissions, and commissions in our past. So, rather than being something feared and respected and desired and envied by the rest of the world, we would become an item of detestation, which you can see in questioning just about anybody in most places on this planet. When they see that rainbow flag under the American flag at embassies and consulates. And it's a disgusting thing, because it's a faith of nihilism. It's not a positive thing.
Just so much to unpack there what you said, but it's like, seeing is believing. I saw the opening ceremony for the Olympics. They're letting they putting the agenda right in your face. They don't have to hide it no more. They out the closet with the agenda.
I mean, they're trying to force feed it to the world. And the world, has had enough crusades and impositions and pogroms, whether it was the spread of the Roman Christian faith, whether it was the Crusades, whether it was the Jihad of Islam, or whatever it might have been, the Mayans imposing what they did, or the Incas or the Aztecs, where they slaughtered people and ripped out their hearts as human sacrifice, or even Celts burning people in wicker cages to sacrifice to their beliefs. That's just, it doesn't work. But they're trying to reimpose that.
Well, let me ask you this too. I get back as close to the domestic issue, like the situation with Sonia Massey. What's your take on that with Officer Sean Grayson shot on the face?
Several videos, and there is absolutely nothing in that would give any defense. It was somebody who was scared to death. I could tell by some of the body language movements of the cop that shot her. And that was so far out of line that there should be a prosecution for homicide. They charged him with first-degree murder, but I think under the circumstances, second degree will probably stick. That was bad. There was no justification. That pot of boiling water, it was on the stove. He asked her to turn it off and remove it. She made a biblical reference, but she was, the way I've actually heard it, it's been years ago, and it was in the country a couple of times, was a reference to the water boiling and to settle it down, because the boiling water is supposed to be a reference of the devil is trying to escape. So I took that reference in terms of throwback to that, not anything I'm going to be hurting you. And she was way too far away to do any damage to him. So it was just totally uncalled for. That was just flat out vicious homicide.
Do you think capital punishment should be on the table, or you think it's
I
not?
don't think capital punishment should be on the table for that situation. Tried 42 first-degree murder cases, death penalty demanded as a defense lawyer. Nobody's on death row. And I don't know how many I had to read 8 hours of instruction on to a jury presiding over. Got
Okay.
the youngest person in the world on death row, Ron Ward, down in Arkansas 40 years ago. So that, yeah, but that's second degree under the circumstances. They might find him guilty of first, but I think the solid one would be second degree, but they can overcharge him. And if the jury doesn't buy it, they can consider the lesser included offense, which would be second degree. Now, they charged him, but they haven't indicted him yet, so they can adjust things as they see fit.
But if they overcharge, they could possibly throw the case out. I mean, what happened?
Throw out if it's overcharged, because the jury in all jurisdictions is charged with what you call lesser included offense.
Okay.
Offense, in other words, if you charge first degree murder, you have second degree and various and sundry stand-ins for manslaughter, depending upon what they're called in the state.
I mean, but the fact that he's been moving around 6 police departments and sheriff offices last 6 and 4 years, that's a red flag.
You can't consider that in the trial unless it is put in issue by him taking the stand and testifying, and the issue of character comes up by his own raising, or it is contrived by artful cross-examination. And if that comes up, then perhaps the proof of other offenses might be appropriate, but you cannot bring that up unless it's brought up or the door is open for it.
But can you imagine how much he got away with? Because he turned off his body cam, and his partner luckily had his body cam on. So I can only imagine the terror.
I think
he reached everywhere.
There is a problem that humanity has. It is the foremost killer on the planet Earth. It's the apex predator. We eat anything we choose to eat, or kill it and mount it on the wall as a trophy. We have it in our nature and genes, the capacity and the aptitude to kill. All predators on this planet also kill each other from time to time. Bear, lions, tigers, sharks, you name it, wolves. We all do these things. Now, the first time a human kills somebody, unless his culture has advocated for it, so he's become conditioned to the idea, the first killing is very difficult, but it becomes easier. For some people, it becomes entirely too easy. And one of the aspects of officer training in our military and others around the world is being very careful of who you choose to do things like sentry elimination. In other words, coming up and silently cutting somebody's throat. Pick somebody who's a family man. Don't pick somebody who likes it because they might like it too much. And there are other people who haven't done the first killing, but they kind of like the idea too much, and you don't want to give them the opportunity or the license to get into it because they're doing something that they crave. They want those bones. They want that killing. Now, I've represented a few not street gangsters, but gangsters, real ones. And I noticed something about them. They took great joy in having made, what is the term, having made their bones, so to speak. They actually enjoyed it. They were nervous, perhaps, about the prospects of apprehension, but over the years that went down, and it's kind of like what you see when you look at the series Vikings, the first series, or the new one, Valhalla, which takes place a century later. And it's this glory on doing the killing so that you can get to Valhalla later, and you can, for the rest of eternity, or at least until Ragnarok hits, you can on a daily basis engaged in slaughter and be revived and winch all night and get drunk from now on. So there is that thing in humanity.
Well, you know, I'm thinking when you saying all this, Judge, I think son Grayson, excuse me, the guy who killed Sonia Massey, I believe he had a military background too. And I'm thinking about the military is weird to me because Jeffrey Dahmer was in the military over in Germany. No telling if he killed how many people he ate and killed over there. We don't know. But some of these serial killers and some of these psychopaths, they come out the military. Ain't no disrespect, but Fort Hood, Texas, all them people that end up missing. And I remember that mass shooting that took place in Fort Hood with the Muslim psychologist, whatever he was. Then the missing women from Fort Hood. Fort Hood is weird. I'm just saying, do you think it's something, a connection between certain type of, like, is it like some type of mind control going on where the military produce serial killers?
It's turning the beast loose and getting used to the idea and accustomed to it, and once getting away with it, or once having done it and having had it approved, like I said, for some people it becomes too easy. Now, I did have a lot of these defendants psychologically evaluated, and that's what we get. There is a particular problem with the military. It's very bad now because we have a lot of people who did not spend what was the average time in combat in the Pacific War and World War II of 19 days or 36 days in Europe when you were in a combat unit. These people had been in country, not in the NAM where they were in an encampment or inside Saigon or on a base, a forward base even. They were being continuously shot at or exposed to the violence of, say, IEDs on a continuous basis for a year at a time. Also, due to the changes in the way wars are fought, it's no longer a matter of lay down fire over there. You know the enemy's over in that direction, but you can't see them. They're concealed by the bushes and the trees. And you lay down the fire, and 3 hours later, if you can't get over there because your guys have advanced, you might see dead bodies, but you don't know you shot them. A lot of people in the military just fire in the general direction or don't even shoot because they've got a problem with it. But in today's combat, they have red dot sights and lasers, optical devices. So the soldier sees the target, sees the dot or the crosshairs on it, squeezes the trigger and watches it drop. So he knows he's done the killing. Now, that's one problem. That makes the familiarity with the process of death more than random. It becomes personal. And what you do is you extend the philosophy and outlook of the sniper down to the ordinary infantryman, which was a change from the way it was fought. Additionally, what winds up happening is even worse. You have the soldier who is in a support unit, and he looks at the supposed excitement of being in combat, and he notices that he's missed it. So he wishes to get his trophy to mount on his den wall when he gets out of it, and he hasn't gotten it. So he looks forward to being in a situation, typically in a police department, where he might get this kind of excitement, and he wants his trophy to put on his den wall. Now, usually common sense, character looms into the picture to override these kind of fantasies that come to an apex killer. But some people don't have those restraints, and it manifests in what you saw. There's also a thing too that I find interesting. When I had an analysis done of a lot of these people, they got bullied a lot. Now, as they grew up, they may have morphed in a few years when puberty hit or after it hit, from the small guy who gets shoved around to somebody who's 6'4" and weighs 285 pounds and he can kick behind, but he still hasn't gotten over that being slapped around on his head before he started growing, or when he was exposed to other children who were a lot older than him and he didn't know how to stand up to them. So he's been craving this opportunity to get vengeance, to scapegoat somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I worked as a playground director for a while, and I noticed the phenomenon of, we had kindergarten through 6th grade in elementary school in LA, and then we had 7 through 9 in junior high, and then 10 through 12 in high school. And I noticed the phenomenon of somebody I knew who had graduated from the 6th grade and gone on to junior high school. He's in the 7th, and somebody in the 8th grade smacked him across his head. I'd hear from some of the other students who had come back to volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
He's mad, he's upset, got an attitude, and he finds a 6th grader, smacks him across the head. He feels better. The 6th grader's mad. He'll shove around, smack across the head a 5th grader, or goes all the way down to the 1st grader who has nobody left to smack, and he's crying. You see, that's also a phenomenon with rape. One thing that's unspoken is down in our hoods here in Memphis, a lot of times what happens is some person who is a real rapist, not one who just didn't give the woman the rent money and she's mad at him. Real rapist, what happened is he was walking along and he got snatched by 5 or 6 dudes who had done time together in the penitentiary. They drug him into an unoccupied apartment in the projects, but raped him. And he's getting vengeance by finding a woman to do the same thing to, and it isn't a matter of lust, it's a matter of scapegoating to get vengeance by doing something that he thinks is nasty to somebody. So at all of these moments where we get vengeance, and I see feminists too who have some really weird ways of seeking vengeance. They want to hurt somebody for the perceived inequity of their situations and what they think they have suffered that are insults. Now, that gives everybody a problem. Now, when you have a proper society where there is manhood in the hood or displayed in the hallways, there is a proclivity to adjust children to the realities of their nature by, boy, you better stand up for that, to that bully. Don't run home. You need to learn how to fight. We'll give you some lessons. We'll get you some martial arts, or it used to be teach you how to box. And I don't want to see you run home. I don't care if you come back with a bloody lip and black eye. You better stand up to somebody. So you learn personal courage, and you learn when it is to apply. You learn how to apply it, and even if you get your behind whipped, at least you cause the bully some pain, so he'll think about it 3 or 4 times before he messes with you the next time.
Right.
But you see, we don't have that. Oh my God, we have to protect these children from being bullied. The police and the faculty and the parents, and you have the sorry spectacle of law enforcement showing up to arrest a 7-year-old who got in a fight with another 7-year-old, which is absolutely preposterous. And the sissified way of raising children does not get rid of the beast, that instinctive, genetically acquired ability to be the apex predator on the planet Earth. It doesn't go away. It stays there. And if you don't adjust a child and make him familiar with what it's about, it comes out in the worst kind of ways. Sometimes it is a cop. Oftentimes, it's a male cop. Some few times, it's a female cop. And both of the above and other people who also just might be a neighbor, what they're trying to do is prove something to themselves, and they deliberately find and insinuate themselves in positions where they are likely to have these confrontations.
Yeah, Judge. Judge, can you hear us? Can we hear? Yeah, it went out. Yeah, can't hear you. We can't hear you. It's come in and out, I guess. Let me see. So he'll be back joining us shortly. Judge in the house. But I mean, what do you think, Brother Charles? Anything you want to add? You got your mute. You on mute? You good?
Yeah, man, I was just listening, trying to soak in everything he was saying, man. There's some great information. Uh, I mean, he said a whole lot, man, and I mean, you can agree with him because a lot of stuff he said, and that you say, Ron, too, that I'm learning that I didn't know. So it's good to sit and listen to people because you can learn a lot, when you sit and listen, because we all can share. But man, speaking on the psychological part of it, somebody mind and what they done been through, or the drama that might be affecting them years later and never getting any help for, man, that's deep, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, it's good. I feel like Judge is really elder. He's a statesman in his own way, statesman for our people. He's very, like we missing that type of masculinity in our leadership. Like people that really care about their people, and they share those hard truths and whatnot, and they challenge you to really, be on your toes and do your due diligence as well. So it's very important. And I mean, a couple of things I want to ask Judge as pertaining to the Sean Grayson thing, I think is very important. I just find it strange that Sean Grayson is having his due process. The brother or the person, the demon who shot Sonia Massey, he's having his due process respected. Whereas the brothers, the demons, whatever you want to call them, the 5 black men, black cops that beat to death Tyree Nichols, they were immediately thrown the book at and put under the bus, and they were decertified. And I never seen it happen to police like that. They've been in those type of positions. Because I said a dude that killed this lady, he had 6 jobs in 4 years as law enforcement. The guy who killed Tamir Rice, the police officer that killed Tamir Rice, he was able to get another job. The police officer that killed Mike Brown, Darren Wilson, he was able to get employment somewhere else.
Just go to another city, state, huh?
Go to another city, town, village, or whatever. Yeah. And okay, we got Judge.
Back.
Hey, Judge, I gotta ask you this. Me and Bro Charles were talking, like we don't Sean Grayson, the guy who shot Sonia Massey in the face. I'm thinking about, why did he get this treatment as the 5 black police officers in Memphis who beat to death Tyree Nichols? They got decertified right away. They got the bus thrown at them. The Fraternal Order of Police did not come to their aid. No GoFundMes, but all these other white cops killing black people, whether it be Darren Wilson with Mike Brown, a dude with Tamir Rice, think of you just name. They get their due process respected. They're able to do GoFundMes and get the proper legal representation from the Fraternal Order of Police, and they can move from different towns, cities, and villages. So how can you explain that?
There's a big difference between what we looked at most recently and the Tyree Nichols thing. The Tyree Nichols thing had absolutely nothing to do with police work.
Okay.
What was going on is 5 guys who were frat brothers got angry because the victim was a pointed and intended victim of what was supposed to be just an ass whipping. He had been allegedly trying to screw or screwing the women folk associated with several of the 5 cops. So he was trying to deal with one's wife, allegedly, dealing with another one's wife, and dealing with allegedly the baby mama of a third one. So they had apparently met up with him, warned him, told him to back off, and he did not. So they went looking for him, but what they did not realize was he was suffering from Crohn's disease, and it caused internal bleeding that he died from. Had he been healthy, it would have just been a behind whipping that he would have recovered from. But they went looking for them. It was not a random contact between the police and some random citizen. It was a pointed one where they were looking for this specific individual, and that was just way off code. That's like somebody who just happens to be a cop having a grievance against somebody, and off duty or otherwise, he goes and shoots them. That's got nothing to do with police work. That's personal. So you are off code and nobody's going to come to your assistance. The other thing is in Memphis, uh, we've got an interesting situation. A very high percentage, the overwhelming majority of both police and sheriff's departments are black. You've got a situation where the sheriff's black, and though incompetent, we've got this woman who is the chief of police. She's black. 60% of the criminal court judges in the area are black and female. And you have 75% of the jury pool is black. So you've got a black mayor of county and city, both of whom are essentially useless, but they are there. And a majority black county commission and city council. So you've got a black run city that basically has seen its officials abdicate their responsibility to the people for personal enrichment at the public trough. And you have a situation here that's unique. Police department with flat morale, no direction, 800 officers short of their funded positions. And it's just a real live mess. So everybody's bailing. And I have cause to think that the former Mayor Strickland, the current Mayor Young, the chief of police and Davis, and a certain attorney have collaborated to try and split this $550 million that they're seeking as a recovery from the city of Memphis. And there is a very glaring and obvious technical flaw in the whole case that they have subsumed that they don't seem to have the sophistication to realize. I'm not going to say what it is, but if they don't bring it up, then I'm going to start yelling about we've got a fix going on here, and we've got something that needs to result in some indictments of some other people. But no, in the Tyree Nichols thing, this was so far off code for the police that it's just, when you go way off code, get way off the reservation, you're on your own. Nobody's going to back you up. Nobody ever does. It's just time to everything that wants to come down on the rest of the reservation, you can put on that person and say you did it to yourself or these five. And the thing with this guy is he comes from a different environment than we are now. It's not in a situation where you have this overwhelming presence of a majority population that is similar to the offenders and the victim. This time you have a minority. See, in the Tyree Nichols situation, the offenders and the victims are not the minority. They are the majority of the population. In this case, you have a majority individual who's accused of, and seems to, from the video that is available, to have committed a transgression against a minority member of that community. This would be akin to, Tyree Nichols is akin to, say, old time white cops jacking up somebody that's white.
Well, you know, Judge, was interesting though. I remember when that video of Tyree Nichols premiered on local news stations and around the country. Really, I'm not going to ever forget when I remember seeing a white dude telling them, you know, make sure you kick his, you know, whatever assets. And I'm saying, but they charged the 5 cops, but they didn't get the white boy that was with them talking about, you know, make sure you get him in, you know, get him in good for me.
Talking. And see, there's another thing too. Mulroy, who's the new district attorney, I don't know if he's familiar with this, but the 5 of them were charged with the wrong thing. They got charged with second-degree murder. But you see, what the reality is they didn't intend the homicide. What they did is they intended to commit the felony of aggravated assault. And we've got a law in Tennessee that's called the felony murder rule. And when you attempt something like aggravated assault, armed robbery, kidnapping, arson, or something like that, and a homicide occurs, it becomes first-degree murder, or in other words, murder in the perpetration of a felony. So the whole case was approached in an improper, I think, incompetent fashion, which should have been they committed the felony of an aggravated assault, which resulted in the homicide, which makes it a first degree murder. Had they done that, what would have happened is they probably could have embraced that white officer. But when they went directly with there was an intent to commit a homicide in the second degree, then he didn't really have any part in it. He's just there. He didn't intervene to stop it. But then again, there's this whole thing, which is a different can of worms, as to whether or not somebody's obligation to stop a crime extends in that fashion. The U.S. Supreme Court has said that the police essentially have no obligation to protect a citizen unless that citizen is actively in someone's custody on arrest for a criminal offense. See, that's why this argument about get rid of the guns and this crap that the city council is doing about putting a referendum on the ballot to get rid of the local application of Tennessee's constitutional carry provisions is so off key, because the police here have no obligation to protect you.
Mm-hmm.
Have an obligation to prevent a violation of public peace, dignity, or an order, which may be they have an obligation to stop the offender, but not specifically to protect you. In other words, if you get done in fine, their job is to stop or apprehend the offender, not protect you or shield you.
So I just might have asked Sister Jackie, good person, supporter We All Be. So what justice can Tyree Nichols' parents see in this situation?
Question is, and I might reveal a secret, who are his parents?
Okay. That's another, like, going down a rabbit hole, then, Joe. I met his stepfather and mom.
For example, if you
Okay.
put a child up for adoption and the child is adopted, you're no longer the parent.
Oh, wow.
The adopting parties become the parents. So I mentioned something about the little thing that I'm looking at that's so obvious. If you file a lawsuit on behalf of the parents, did you pick the right crew to declare to be the parents, or do you file on behalf of someone who has no more standing to bring a lawsuit than you or I for that event? You see where that goes? And
Yes,
then,
sir.
without mentioning the person who has a bit of notoriety for supposedly being an expert in such things, did he not realize that his supposed clients have no standing to file the lawsuit, whereas the ones that do have the standing live in California and they're quite white.
But he also have a son, correct? Did he have like a child, Tyree Nichols, that's next to
have
King?
Standing, but the problem is that the son is effectively the adoptive or the lineal grandchildren of the adoptive parents, grandchild of the adopted parents, because the parent that put the child up for adoption cuts herself off completely under Tennessee law. That's a scoop for you. In other words, if you put a child up for adoption, you abandon all parental rights, and the adoptive parents assume all of them. So if you come back in years later to file a wrongful death, you can't. You can't come in to represent the grandchild that the son who is now adopted with new parents has had. The new parents become the stand-in grandparents, and they have the standing to file for the grandchild who is their grandchild. See, for example, you have 2 or 3 natural children, you and your wife, and you decide to be magnanimous and you adopt another child. Well, that becomes one of your children. So if that child has any children, you are effectively the grandparents.
Okay.
So what is this lawyer doing who doesn't know enough to realize that you have to check the law? So he files on behalf of somebody who is no longer possessed of parental rights. Now, if the city
Yeah.
settled, there's corruption and rumors may be true that there is a fix that's going on. So $550 million is what it is.
Mm.
The city can't afford that, really. So is what I heard when Chief Davis and Mayor Strickland effectively took a dive and confessed the city's liability. Is that because they may have had an under the table agreement to get part of the recovery?
Mm-hmm.
See, in other words, there's a city council. I mean, no city council or anybody told them to be quiet and don't make a statement.
I guess Judge already answered that question.
Yeah, I've been doing this for
Now
more than
I
a half
met it.
century.
Yeah,
So look
because
at
that
it.
was his stepfather and mother that I met a while back, and they said they decent people, but like, yeah, it's interesting what's going on. Because also, Judge, can you tell me the last time that a corrupt police officer, was tried and found guilty in court and put to death, or had some type of
I ain't happening. But I can tell you some were convicted. I was on the bench. There was a thing where this kid stole his brother's car.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually an honor student. It was out in Millington. And
Okay.
there was a high speed chase. And LA, the Memphis police department and the sheriff's department told the guy that was doing the high speed chase to back off. They had
Mm-hmm.
the car under surveillance from a helicopter. They wound up running into a gas station. The cop jumped out, pulled his Glock out, and smacked the kid across the back of his head. He had his finger on the trigger. He went off, shot the kid in the back of the head, killed him. And there were three
Mm.
Memphis officers, four, I think, on the scene. And they immediately cuffed him up and charged him with first-degree murder. He got convicted of voluntary manslaughter. And although it was not popular under Tennessee law, a first offense of a class C felony like manslaughter, which carries 3 to 6 years in the penitentiary for a first offender, is an obligatory probation or diversion case. So the cop was put on diversion, even though the judge in question, who was not me, by the way, did not like the outcome. But you see, that's one of the things that happens. And there's another one too. In my courtroom, a person that was a union official with the Memphis Police Department, his wife was with another cop, and they met somebody on a day when it was just 14 degrees above 0 Fahrenheit in a park which used to be south of the airport, now closed. 2.5 miles from the road, down amongst some trees, and the dents in the ground show the guy was down on the knees. And what really seems to have happened is he was the bag man on a payoff, and he wasn't cooperative, so they shot him, bam, straight down this way. They tried to come up with a thing saying that the wife of the union official was riding in this car with this cop who shot him as he was trying to climb through the window of the car 2.5 miles from airways, in the wilderness, in the trees at 4 o'clock in the morning with snow on the ground at 14 above zero. So they had a special prosecutor who was a civilian. He didn't win the case. Dr. Jerry Francisco, who is a hack, who had testified to the contrary, gave them the excuse where he was so far away from the emergency room that he wouldn't have survived long enough to have been saved. which could have happened had he gotten emergency treatment. And then it became a matter of failure to report, which they did not report the shooting, which they had an obligation to do as an officer. I'm aware of that case because it was tried in my courtroom 30-some years ago. I'm aware of what happened with the Shannon Street thing. The FBI asked me to come in there and take photographs as a community witness, which I did. It was a bad situation, and everybody on the scene that was looking said it was a homicide. They lined the 6 people up in question on the floor, head, foot, and shot them from the doorways. That's when they traced the pathways of the bullets. You put these carbon fiber rods of the right diameter in the bullet holes, and you see where they lead, and they led to the doors. But they ruled it a justifiable homicide, though everybody on the scene investigating it was clear in their determination that it was a homicide, intentional. Let's see. There were 2 other police I know that had this habit. One of them would always take a piece of rebar, saw it off, and put leather around it, and he would use it as a weapon. And he punched 2 neat holes in this guy's skull and killed him. He went to trial. Dr. Jerry Francisco again came in and testified that he was just struck a blow on the head with a blunt device. And during the course of trial, it was pointed out that what about the holes in his head? Okay, there was another case tried in front of me where they tried to frame another man, and they said he had shot this guy in the head from the right side. Well, he was sitting next to him, put 2 bullets in his head, but the autopsy revealed there were 3 bullets in his head that came from the left, even though the so-called assailant was sitting on the right. And when it was pointed out during the trial that, well, hell, I was involved in that as a defense lawyer. I wasn't the judge on that one. What happened here? Oh, what do you mean? Well, there are 3 bullets in his head in his x-ray. Oh, my goodness, I didn't see that. Okay, fine. How do you explain only 2 holes in his head? Well, one of them must come in through the same hole. Really? You know. This kind of stuff when you cover for what's going on that others may be involved in. There are all kinds of cases in Shelby County where police have been put on trial. There was one in particular where a woman, I think I was acquainted with her. She was a lady cop. She got shot to death in a bathtub by a jealous somebody who seemed to have been on the department. He went to trial. So it's not that these things don't happen. It's just there's a selective reporting by the major news sources in this area that don't suggest these things because they don't hit the fan. This was at a time when such things weren't of interest because they were so routine. Nowadays, everybody wants to be titillated, so it's good way to fill up these hour-long news programs that otherwise lack sufficient news of the traditional type to.
Can I ask a question, George? Do you think that our community ever going to have the right number of police in the community again? Or is it going to always be a shortage?
800, we are more than 800 down, and we've dropped 250 or so in just the last couple of, 3 months. They're funded positions. It's just they brought in Davis to be the first civil service chief in Memphis in 41 years, instead of bringing her in as director, who would be subject to political control. And they're paying her more than any other official in Tennessee outside of the governor of the state. And the effort was by Strickland to seduce the Deltas, of which she is one, so that the black women in the city would support his bid to have an exemption from the term limits. It failed on the referendum, but that was the purpose. So he brought in somebody that was caught up in a child pornography ring situation in Atlanta, which has been morphed into she had a problem with the Scorpion team, which was a SWAT team down there, which is false. Apparently, she was having the same problem down there in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. Now, further on, we look at the spectacle of the person she brought in, who was a permanent resident, a current resident of Atlanta, living at 7.5 hours away instead of the requisite 2, who was the assistant chief, who was one of her colleagues down there in Atlanta. Also, we look at the spectacle of Chattanooga returning 17 indictment counts against their chief, who was a colleague of theirs down in Fulton County, Atlanta, who was chief down there, and also their tie-in with Sheriff LaButte down in Fulton County, and Fannie Willis down in Fulton County, and all of the apparent embezzlement, wrongdoing down there, and money laundering that's going on. So what time is it, and why did we bring that person in, and who is the incompetent individual or the incompetent individuals who are responsible for this travesty? We can't fire her, though there's a possibility you can induce her to leave by no longer renewing her contract, which, by the way, we have to endure for a bit longer because the city council early on, before her contract expired, renewed it and increased the amount. So you have to consider that that's a mess. Now, if you want to do something about this problem, you need the police, but you also need somebody who is competent to lead them, knows the city, its ins and outs, and starts dealing with being in charge, which this woman cannot accomplish. She's not good at what she does, never was. So it's never been considered.
So it's not really the, I guess what I'm trying to say is the recruiting part of the police department and bringing young men in is really not there because the young generation or the young men is not coming forward want to be policemen, or is they not meeting the requirements in order to?
No, it's neither of the above. They just don't want to work under these horrible circumstances. I mean, think about it. A lot of what's going on out here is these boys have no dads, and their mothers haven't done a good job raising them. And they've got a hate thing going on, love-hate thing for their mothers, and the last thing they want is for another woman to be telling them what to do. That just doesn't wash over. I don't care what the feminist position is. Strong men don't like women telling them what the hell to do. Now, sometimes if the woman is exceptionally capable, they might accept that as part of a command authority as they work their way up through the hierarchy. But just going into that mess where they've got mammy in there trying to be mammy, and they have all of that mental baggage about what's going on in the neighborhood where the men don't run our hood here. Just look at local politics. Look at the Young Democrats, which is basically a rabid feminist organization composed of man-haters, and what they do. Look at Fannie Willis. Look at Letitia James. Look at what's going on in Chicago with Fox. Look at Beetlejuice, Lori Lightfoot. Look at this mess, and black men, young black men, just aren't going for it. They're saying hell no. So nobody wants to join in with this mess, and people are leaving. And then we had a thing where our Shelby County delegation to Nashville didn't resist this thing where they now have as part of the codes that you don't have to live in the area to be a cop here. There is a practice, it's not even in law, that you're supposed to be no more than 2 hours away in case of an emergency. But technically, this guy hired out of Atlanta who still lived in Atlanta wasn't in violation, but that you can lay the blame on our Shelby representatives in Nashville, which, by the way, if you've seen in the last little while and you haven't seen in 4 or 5 years might astonish you. Nashville is a hive of construction, renovation, innovation, new malls, new stores, new restaurants, new entertainments. They've got a downtown district that makes Beale Street look like Hick Haven. And it is miles of 6-lane wide street with restaurant, club, theater, club, all up and down the place, hugely crowded.
Mm-hmm.
Have them building a new Super Bowl facility for the Tennessee Titans, which is not Nashville Titans. The charter says it's supposed to basically play in Knoxville, Chattanooga, Memphis, and Nashville. Mm. But our clowns that represent us don't have it down here in Memphis anymore, though we set up them to get them in here, where the first year they were in Memphis, where all those years ago they were charging $100 a seat to sit on the 10-yard line up in the nosebleed section. Mm. You know, we got pimped. We look at the signs on the fences surrounding the new construction and see the firms involved, and then we go to followthemoney.org and find out how much money those same firms have paid to the Memphis representatives that are supposed to be protecting our interest in Nashville. And we see how they've been bribed to take a dive and support Nashville getting the money and not Memphis. And by the way, most of that money is state tax money that we have a share in. They brag about $350 million coming to Memphis for purposes of renovating stadiums, but that's a lie, because all of it's going to build about 25 skyboxes at FedEx Forum for FedEx, which is a major international corporation. So why the hell are we financing it with our tax money? Okay, you see, this is the kind of ineptitude and incompetence that we have. Look downtown. You see that big grass field, 25 acres, that goes from Thomas down past the Redbirds Stadium to almost the Peabody. That's 25 acres, and we sold it to a business, a company, for just $600,000. Hell, it's worth $60 million. But we sold it for $600,000, and Strickland, through Young, when he was director of downtown development, committed the city to paying $220 million to developing $210 million to developing 28 luxury units in that area, which are going to be gated with associated boutique shops. And downtown is going to have a further restriction on parking, which is just about impossible as it is now, as per the city council. And downtown development is not predicated like it is in Nashville toward business and finance. It's residential. So they're making it into a super gated community. We have some other problems. We've got $710 million that Strickland and Young committed to turning the Mid-South Coliseum into a soccer arena. And is that for us, or is that for the anticipation of what those two individuals and our chief of police and our sheriff would like to turn into a sanctuary city where soccer is a popular thing? And also $3.5 billion to building a new football arena, and we can't get our potholes fixed. $500 million to renovating the Mid-South Coliseum to become what I call an opera house for the entertainment of those people who are going to be living in those small spatial apartments that are being built up there. You see, from right around Sam Cooper Boulevard on down south on Airways, you see those. So also turning that fairground with the operation of the soccer stadium and the new football arena and the opera house over to green space, which was chartered by Van Turner when he and Santami Sawyer, who's running for General Sessions clerk, were on the county commission, passed a binding resolution that said Turner's Corporation could acquire the Nathan Bedford Forest Park on Union and the one next to the Metal Museum, the Jeff Davis Park, for just $1,000 each, no bid. Sawyer's brother got thousands of dollars to take down the statues, thousands a month to store them for 3 years. And then they were sold for a whole lot of money, which was pocketed by Sawyer and Turner when they got sold down to a Mississippi Johnny Reb Museum. So they want to take over with the city making the same mistake they did with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, turn over the operation of city parks, which would also include Shelby Farms, with the development of some restaurants that would be put in out there, and all that money coming in from the revenues of operating the fairgrounds, Shelby Farms, with the restaurants to be put there, and other facilities that belong to the people, which would become privatized. That's just an abomination, but that's what they've got planned. You notice the potholes have been fixed downtown and the Midtown and Cooper Young area with the constituency that lives down there, but the rest of us have to go through these minefields that bust our tires, wreck our cars, and make life hazardous to operate a motor vehicle, where the streets are filled with trash and debris because somebody on Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, which is also charged with the...
Okay, Judge has left the building. We'll be right back. Be right back, Judge Joe Brown. It'll tell us some good information, pertinent information.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of soak in there. He's a very, very knowledgeable man. Well-lived life, I guess. A lot of different hats and reinventions.
I think he's gonna be running for mayor pretty soon, isn't he?
And he ran last time. He didn't get it. But Judge, you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello, Judge.
Excuse me, Ron.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Oh, well, he'll pop back on soon. This is like, technical difficulties. That's life in 2024 for you. Expect the unexpected. Expect the unexpected. And I know I brought up earlier, I asked the judge, was there any police officer ever held accountable for misconduct on the job? Found guilty in court, convicted, found guilty in court, and sentenced to capital punishment. You got to go all the way back to 1915 to find that information. And I want to share this picture. This white man right here was Lieutenant Charles Becker. His name's Lieutenant Charles Becker, right? NYPD, I guess, finest, quote unquote. Not so much so. Let me see. Let me stop. Sure. And I want to say this quickly and give y'all a little bit of some history. Because Black people, we are interesting people, man. Like, they try to write us out the history books and after telling them the story of this great republic called America. But we just got to dig a little bit deeper. Like they said, libraries are where they bury the truth and lies. Libraries are where they bury the truth and lies. You got to, use some discernment to get that truth out there. And I want to make sure. Okay, let's get this right. This Lieutenant Charles Becker, and he was NYPD. He was over a vice squad unit. Basically, he was guerrilla pimping. He was guerrilla pimping as a NYPD officer back in the early 1900s. He ran vice in Manhattan. He controlled gambling, prostitution, things of that nature. He had a very infamous reputation among the street people and even among the rank and file of NYPD. He actually killed somebody on the job. It was a case of so-called mistaken identity. He beat that rap. But one rap he could not beat was the killing of big-time gambler, Jewish gangster Herman Rosenthal. He used to be his business associate. they had a falling out, and Herman Rosenthal was assassinated outside the Metropole Hotel back on July 16th, 1912. And for the next 3 years of Lieutenant Charles Becker's life, he was basically catching all types of judicial hell. He had 2 trials. One trial, first trial he was found guilty. He got it overturned with appeal. Had a second trial, he was found guilty. And the first trial featured some of his associates. They said that he planned a hit on Herman Rosenthal using the Lenox Avenue gang. It was a notorious game back in the early 1900s, right, in New York City. The hitters that was in the car that killed Herman Rosenthal, they went to their deaths in Sing Sing. But what made it unusual, Lieutenant Charles Becker had a second trial because people feel like the first trial, a lot of media bias was at play. And then the guy who prosecuted him, Whitman, he was a prosecutor who was ambitious to become governor of New York, which he did come. He did become governor of New York based on his success with the Charles Becker case. And so the same prosecutor tried Lieutenant Charles Becker again. And it was a black person that brought him down. It was a black man or young black male named James Marshall, who was a NYPD police informant, from my understanding. He gave the damning evidence against Lieutenant Charles Becker, that he was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to kill this gangster. And so they threw the book at him. And when Whitman became governor of New York, he refused to offer to commute Lieutenant Charles Becker's sentence to death. So, his birthday was July 26. He turned 45 on July 26, 1915. And on July 30th, 1915, he was put to death in an electric chair in Sing Sing. It took him 9 minutes to kill him. I think they had to send electricity 3 times through his body, Illuminati through his body. They said the first time they hit the electricity, his body jumped out of the electric chair. Like his body just shot out the electric chair. They had to put him back in there for 2 more times because that's how strong he was. He was a big, imposing dude, big guy, over 6 feet tall, big 200-pound dude, very intimidating. But that's the last time I can recall anytime police officer was held accountable for what they did on the job. Now, you had police officers that were put to death before and after, not that many, but to be put to death on what you did for what you did on the job, it was service connected. That's Lieutenant Charles Becker. And the anniversary, the 109th anniversary, is coming up July 30th. So I just wanted to share that. Got
a little bit on that. Death,
sir?
Life was not as precious 100 years ago as it is now. When I did that Ron Ward thing, I had a 12,482 page hardbound brief that I helped prepare for that case. And one of the things that was in there was the history of executions in the 20th century up to that point. The youngest person executed in the United States in the 20th century was a 10-year-old girl. It was down here in Arkansas in 1934. She got hung for 14 cents worth of merchandise from Woolworth's five and dime. 14 cents, and they hung her. They tried her on Monday as an adult, and they hung her on Wednesday. That was in Arkansas, and it was in 1934.
So they don't even talk about where can you find that information. It's like some of this stuff is hard to find. I'm sure they.
It took a lot of research. I mean, the brief actually was a hardbound book, and it was that thick. I mean, and it was addendums and stuff and research on the nature of this, all sorts of stuff. The actual part that was legal was limited, about that thin, and it was a lot of work, and I didn't get paid for it. I did it pro bono. Actually, it cost me about $50,000 out of my own pocket to do it.
Wow.
And there was a fine gentleman who was a lawyer down here in Arkansas. He's now dead. He was a preacher. He was associated local counsel, but you know, we took on this thing about an all-white jury, two other issues that wound up getting unanimously supported by the Arkansas Supreme Court. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they noted that there was wrongdoing, and the sheriff, by the way, was involved in that case, talking about law enforcement. The victims, alleged victims, or the victims of the homicide that this boy was accused of committing, three of them were relatives of the sheriff. One was supposed to be his aunt and the great aunt of a 13-year-old victim who was supposed to be the sheriff's grandson. And the other old lady that was killed was supposed to also be an aunt of the sheriff's wife had turned up dead in association with this on a set of railroad tracks a few weeks before. And the son by this woman that he denied, meaning he being the sheriff was his own, was married to somebody that was doing 25 years in the penitentiary on a drug case. And he proved the informant to, shall we say, set up a DC-8 4-engine jet getting confiscated with 8.5 tons of coke and 12 tons of marijuana on board. So you can see there was a lot of money involved, and during the course of the proceedings, there were photographs of $1.5 million in cash counted out that was recovered from the scene that disappeared between West Memphis and the crime lab in Little Rock. So actually $2.75 million in cash that was seized from the premises that disappeared between West Memphis and Little Rock. So, you know, there was all kinds of stuff in there. So you got a 13-year-old kid you want to put right in the middle of the center of this whole thing and say he's responsible for this.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then don't forget the taxi driver who was dating one of the elderly women who lived a block down the street. He turned up mysteriously dead too. So that was an interesting case.
Yeah, Arkansas is an interesting place.
case.
I don't play with Arkansas. I just go through it as fast as I can.
But see, putting this guy in electric chair at the time he got killed, you have to take in context with you're going to literally hang a 10-year-old girl for stealing 14 cents worth of merchandise in 1934.
Mm-hmm.
Now, about electrocution, I've never seen one actually, but as part of this judicial conference thing, saw films of several of the last electrocution execution. They call it frying, and the victim, once they get it in, he gets in there, they twitch, shake all over the place, which is why they have the restraints. Sometimes somebody's strong enough so the spasmodic reaction causes them to be play Superman for a brief moment and burst the leather straps. But once they hold them in there, they literally fry, and you can see them sizzling like bacon, and the juices flowing all over everything, and they urinate and defecate all over themselves. And it looks like frying meat, literally in a pan. So, I mean, it's pretty grim and gruesome. But then again, if you're going to have capital punishment, preempt all of the local stations and make everybody look at it.
Wow.
The guillotine and Dr. Guillotine worked up a deal with the victims of the executions using his device. And he said he'd take care of the families if they cooperated with him. So he worked up a system of code, blink once for yes, twice for no. And he would sit there, pull the heads up after they got chopped off and talk to them. And the heads would be able to communicate for about 10, 12 seconds before they couldn't anymore.
Jeez. That ain't funny. It's crazy.
I mean,
Oh man.
and Tookie Williams, the last person they executed in California, is death. He used to work for me when he was 14, run errands. He was a volunteer on one of the playgrounds I was on with two friends of mine that I was also a volunteer at. And it took 45 minutes for them to even get the needles in him because he was so strong.
Yeah, it's Tookie
And
Williams, right?
it took
One that found
long
in the crib.
to kill him. He did not go quietly, and it took about an hour. So at that point, the California Medical Association rebelled and said anybody that was a physician that participated in an execution was going to lose their medical license. So since California required the attendance of a licensed physician, I suppose they haven't executed anybody. There was a tie-in on that. Governor Schwarzenegger should have commuted his sentence to life from death since he wrote these children's books, conveying what myself and the other two playground directors were teaching him. He didn't, and perhaps that's because the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, the Terminator, he used to work out with Tookie at Gold's Gym in Long Beach, and they spotted for each other, literally. So maybe he didn't want that fact of having worked out with an occupant of death row coming out. So anyway, there are all
Well, Judge,
kinds of
I
stuff.
also heard. Well, Judge, I also heard that Tookie refused to take accountability for what he was found guilty of. Like he said, I did a lot of bad things in my life, but I didn't do that. What I'm accused
Yeah,
of and found guilty of.
that's Tookie. That's
Yeah.
Tookie. See, but Tookie also had a conscience, believe it or not. A strong man. We tried to get him out of the swamp, but his mama kept wanting that check. She didn't want him to get out of the swamp, so he just became the baddest alligator in the swamp. Now, one thing he would do is, like a friend of mine, you remember me telling you about Cliff?
Yes, sir. Clifford Stewart. Yes.
The martial artist. Cliff also used to be a concert and event promoter, and I remember him telling me about a concert they put on in the LA Coliseum. They had 60,000 people come to the damn thing. And LAPD was shocked when they found out that after Tookie found out it was Cliff, he got his boys down there, the Crips, to make sure that the gangsters didn't get out of hand during the venue. So, you know, it's like, how'd you get these guys to come down here and volunteer to do security? You know, it's like that. So, see, gangsters, if you get the real gangsters, have another side. What they do is kind of do an alternative government. And I had occasion to every now and then bring in some made men from that hypothetical Italian organization that was staunchly pushing manhood, and I'd have them lecture to some of the people I put on probation outside of the realms of official court proceedings, and they were firm in it's a man's obligation to protect his community. You do good things for the civilian population, the old folk, the women, and the children. You do not mess with them. You protect them. You maintain law and order in your community. And if you fight amongst yourselves, you make sure you don't do any damage to the civilian population. Now, there is a restaurant in Brooklyn called Bamati's. They occasionally used it as a set for The Sopranos. And if you ever went in Bamati, you'd see all walks of life in there. And on special days, everybody, black, white, brown, red, yellow, would have on these Knight of Columbus pins to identify them as. And you'd see NYPD over in the corner getting drunk off of free beer with rides home so they didn't get busted for DUI. It was in a seedy, rundown area, but nobody locked their cars, and the old ladies would have ankle-length fur coats on and real bling, and nobody would bother them because, as they said, they controlled criminality, and there was to be no criminality down in their hoods. People were to be safe. And they would have lectures on somebody got too violent with somebody. Who are these youth who are showing excessive violences? They need to be talked to. We can't have this thing going on. They kept the peace. So where they lived was peaceful. What they might do outside of it may not be. But you see, we make our hood a hell because there's no fatherhood in the hood and we don't understand manhood. But you have these other folk who may deal with organized crime, but they're not about trying to rob, rape, steal, burglarize women and children or old folk. You know, what time is that? That's a sickness. And see, we lack protection from that because we don't have an effective police department that represents the people, because the leadership at the immediate level of the police department is totally bereft, and up at the top, the mayor's office, which is fundamentally in charge, is just generally incompetent and doesn't have a clue. You cannot sit at a desk and administer all things. Sometimes you have to get down in the dirt and in the streets and actually lead, follow me. And we don't have the kind of leadership in Memphis because it's composed of people who want to profit from the public trough. Now, one person I have no respect for is Tammy Sawyer. If you read her postings when she was running for mayor in 2016, some of them are ungodly, awful, racist, and everything else bad you can think of. And she's running around talking about she's going to promote police reform and justice in the courts. And the clerk of the court keeps records, handles money. They have absolutely nothing to do with that. And this woman's never been a senior clerk or anything else in that office, doesn't have a clue as to how it's run. And considering what happened with those Parks and Van Turner, she certainly can't be trusted with money. And this General Sessions Court we have here is essentially a misdemeanor police court and also a small claim civil court. And as such, a larger volume of cash money passes through it than any other entity in the entire state of Tennessee. And that's not someone we want to have their hands on it. Also, there is a huge opportunity for corruption there. So if somebody is so ignorant of what their job task is about that they are actually falsely claiming that they're going to have an impact on crime when all they do is keep records of what the police department, the sheriff's department, to some extent, the prosecutor's office and the judges have done, I fail to see how that could manifest other than it being an outright lie and an opportunity to mislead the public, unless it is the product of abject ignorance. So we have all this corruption going on around here. And how can you expect the youth in the streets to act in a law-abiding fashion when they see the people that are supposed to nominally be in charge behaving in such a criminal fashion? It's very bad.
All right, Judge.
Somebody,
go ahead.
one of the crimes, somebody else needs to readdress this question of where all this money is going to test these 28,000 untested rape kits that are still languishing, that several $1 million have been paid out over the last 10 years for testing purposes, that has seen absolutely no reduction in their number. And with that mess that happened in Memphis State a year and a half ago, where that woman got brutally kidnapped and murdered after being raped, that wouldn't have happened if they had done the rape kit testing on the instance where a black woman was kidnapped and raped by the same individual. See, it still hasn't gone down, but some people, Ronnie Coleman amongst other folk, are still being paid to assess and vet those kids, but nothing's happened. Ulroy is in charge of it, but he hasn't done anything with it. So when are we going to have to stop paying out the money when TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, says we can quickly get them done and we'll do them for free? or a nominal charge. So why are we still paying out millions of dollars to, by the way, mostly a New York firm to do nothing? See, these kind of things go on in our city, and that could have been done, used to do something about bringing in jobs, vocational skill training, and such things to put the youth to work. We also need to ramp up the salaries for the teachers, which, as I understand it, they start as low as 28,000 a year, which is poverty wages. They don't need a 4-year degree, just a 2-year associate one. And they seem to have attracted a crew of feminists who seem more bent on pushing the rainbow and feminism than they are teaching students. And the boys in our Memphis city school system are doing absolutely horrible, whether they're black, brown, red, white, or yellow, compared to the girls, who are doing quite well because they have good female role models, and the boys have absolutely none except the degeneracy that's trying to down them and destroy their masculinity from kindergarten on up. We need to do something about that. Also, the structure, the financial structure of the Board of Education, wherein contracts of $100,000 or less do not have to be approved by the board. We have entities that have 10, 12, 14, 15 of these contracts in existence, which runs into the millions, and nobody's approving them, and they are ridiculous. We have Birch, Porter, and Johnson, which is a private law firm that is supposed to supplement the County Board of Education's legal department, which has a county board attorney who's paid a good salary and he's experienced. And you run into the ludicrous proposition of having a hearing where there's this man with 17, 16, 14 years of experience in law, and he gets a salary, but you have 3 and 4 young lawyers with 5 years or less on the clock, and they're getting paid $3,500 an hour. So why is it that we're getting suckered into that kind of nonsense and giving out gratuities of money that need to be used for education and vocational training, so these youth have some reason to stay in this city instead of leaving, either for the penitentiary or other parts somewhere else? We've got a real live mess, and it's all hooked up. It's like you need effective government, and it's time for us to get away from relying upon these handout ballots, so that we can spend time less on basketball, perhaps, and more on qualifications. Look at our last mayor, Strickland, who has ambition to be the next congressman to replace Steve Cohen. First time he got elected to the city council, they passed out sample ballots where his name was under his black opponent's picture, and the black opponent's name was over his white picture. I mean, the black opponent's name was under his white picture. So he was masquerading as a black man to get people to vote for him when they got these handout ballots. And we had clowns who were willing to be paid to put that out. So we have a whole dishonest thing going on in our governance that we need to clean up and clear out. This town needs an enema, to quote, what is it, the villain in one of those early Batman things.
Well, let me ask,
considering equation, probably would enjoy on.
Okay, Joe, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit and talk about, you talking about prosecutors. Somebody said, Emmett Jones, look, we got to band together and support Kamala Harris. White folks supported both Bushes, etc. If you have to hold your nose, white folks supported President Truman. He wasn't even college educated. What you gotta say, Judge?
That witch. Fuck that sleazy witch. I was in California when she was doing her persecutions and oppression of black folk. We gotta get away from voting skin, because it ain't all kin. She ain't even black. I met her daddy. talked to him for 2 hours, sitting at a dinner table with him at the Governor General's table down in Jamaica. My fine ass ex-wife asked him what he was. He said he was Caucasian. He said he was part Irish Caucasian and part Hindu Caucasian, to wit, an Aryan. If you want to see what real Aryans look like, they're not blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They look like Kamala and her daddy, Professor Harris. He said his Irish ancestors owned slaves and none of his Hindu ancestors were slaves. He said he had one grandmother who was dark, but she was a Hindu house servant. And that's the closest to anybody being black was in the family. Now, Kamala, without identifying anybody specifically, I assume is assigning her great-grandmother, who wouldn't even be straight off the boat after, so she would, by her appearance, be quite mixed, if that's what she was. She wouldn't even diminish her plain being white.
Your audio is distorted, Judge.
Black
Coming
who are masquerading white folk who have a lot less black in them, or a lot more black in them.
Judge, your audio is distorted.
So she's a fake.
Judge, can you hear me?
Did it go black when I said that?
I mean,
yeah, I hear you, but this is our.
Let me see. I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna remove you and bring you back in. Judge, let me see.
God damn! Nobody tried to.
Let's see if we bring it back. All right, the judge has left the building, but he'll be right back. You see, he's very passionate about the Kamala issue. Judge does not hold his tongue. He does not hold his water. He gonna speak. He gonna spill it. You know, whether it be water or tea or whatever. But that's how you feel about Kamala. I have no animosity personally towards Mrs. Harris Imhoff, but the judge he goes off. I mean, they are colleagues and peers, and he knows certain things we're not privy to. I mean, he's a judge, but he also got Cali connections. And Judge, you know, hey, he stand on what he stands on. I have to bring him back in. Hey, Judge. You good? I'll see Judge come in. We're gonna work it out. We all be in it to win it. But yeah, we believe in the First Amendment. Is that the First Amendment? Freedom of speech. Yes, First Amendment. It's still relevant today. Judge's screen. Trying to get him back in. Judge is coming back in. And y'all, thank y'all for tuning out, to tune in to get in where you fit in. And the Kamala Harris thing is interesting because it's like we lost our minds, because I'm trying to figure out, you know, where has she been these 3 years? Now all of a sudden she's popped up as the anointed. You know what I'm saying? They got in papers of overseas. I had my copy of a paper from London. They call her the anointed. Where was this anointed person for the last 3 years of this administration? Where has she been? I know she went to Africa at one point, but how can they justify this? It's like she did not get a primary win when she ran for president back in 2020. She did not win one primary, but yet she was selected as the vice president for the Democratic Party ticket. And then you fast forward now, they said she's going to secure the presidential nomination. She got the endorsements of both the Clintons and the Obamas. And she never participated in one primary this time around either. So she got up to the top of the ticket without even competing or failing when she did compete. So if that's not a DEI hire, I don't know what it is. That's a great example of a DEI hire. But we got our brother Judge back on.
You notice I got cut off. Nobody called. Every goddamn time I talk about that witch, anybody's platform, that happens. This is censorship. This is Nazism. This is fascism. And that evil witch is not black. She ain't even close. She's an Aryan. The Nazis told a lie, a long lie about Aryans being blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They're not. They are
Right.
swarthy, dark-haired, dark-eyed. They look just like Kamala Harris. They actually had something to do with Germany, but it didn't fit what they were trying to accomplish. So they told that lie long enough. The Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan Nation, the Nazis, they all think they're blonde-haired, blue-eyed, but they're swarthy when you're talking about Aryans. She's an Indo-I-N-D-O hyphen Aryan. And that's what she is, and she's a damned liar. And I know the first year I had my show, there were two beautiful women on that show. One of them was very dark, and I thought they were black women. And we were at a staff happy hour at a local club. And they said, Judge, you think we're black women, don't you? Yeah, aren't you? No, we're Hindu. And one of them, the darkest one, said, my mother was a Brahmin. My father was in the warrior caste. He took an oath to protect my mother. And they fell in love, ran off and eloped. Now we can't go back to India because we've got death warrants on us. They said, we're Hindu. I said, whoa. And then they gave me some books, 2 books written by Hindu guys who confessed that to get scholarship money to go to college, and in one case go through medical school, they masqueraded as black men, cut their hair close,
Right.
and grew some face hair so they could come off as they were being black men, and they got the scholarships. That's exactly what Kamala did. She also lied big time, one way or the other, when she said, when she was campaigning against Biden and she failed so badly, she said he's responsible for me being bused when I was a child in elementary school. Well, guess what? Her yearbook that you can see, look up, find, that it's been published years ago when she was running in California for state attorney general, shows she went from kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada. And they detail her history. She never went to elementary school in California. She's lying on that. Next thing is where the confusion comes in to her being black. It says this on her birth certificate, which I recognize because I ordered a duplicate for my now ex-wife so she could get a passport. My ex-wife was born in the very same hospital that Kamala was born in, the same 12-month period. And my late mother-in-law was a maternity nurse in the delivery room where Kamala popped out the nookie. So what it says on there is origin of mother. It says India. Religion, it says Hindu. Race, it says Caucasian. Now, for the father, where it says race, it says Jamaican. Where it says national origin, it's blank. So they simply made a typo or a deliberate mistake in that damn thing. So ignorant black folk hanging around Howard assume that if you're from Jamaica, you're black. Now, there's somebody I'm acquainted with. He's a former DEA agent, retired, good brother. And he's married to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who is somebody born in Jamaica. She's a subject of Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica. One of them, I think, is redhead and the other one's blonde. They have blue eyes and gray eyes, respectively, and they're both related to the current king of England because they're English nobility, but they were born in Jamaica because Jamaica is part of the English Commonwealth, where there is no passport requirement for travel between the members of the Commonwealth, and before that, the Empire. So you go to Jamaica, particularly if you go to St. Elizabeth Province, where they have the high, bright, and white, you will see people from Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Singapore, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, you name it. And all of these people almost literally fresh off the boat or born to somebody who was, and they are Jamaican citizens or subjects more properly. And everybody in Jamaica is not black, man. You see somebody that's Chinese in origin and he's speaking patois because he's a native. You go, whoa. You know, so look at these things, and the ignorant, they were so glad, I guess. Here she is. Her daddy is from Jamaica, so they take that to mean he's black. No, they could have said black or African American, or at the time she was born, it was Negro in 1964. So she's 60 years old. She ain't young intended. She's running around trying to act like she's 30 with her bucks and pearls. In the AKAs, and I have license to say something about them because my mother got made on the line in 1934. She's an ivy behind the wall. Guess what? They aren't the first Black Greek organization to have a vice president. It was Alpha Phi Alpha, who had the Honorable Big Brother Hubert Humphrey, a blonde, blue-eyed, tall-ass white boy, balding, who was from Minnesota, who got made undergrad in the late 30s, and again as a grad student in the 40s. They put plenty of wood on his ass. He got made the hard way, but he was a vice president of the United States and Democratic Party candidate for president unsuccessfully against Richard Tricky Dick Milhouse Nixon. So, yeah, wow, get your facts straight. So don't be happy that you got a swarthy white person in there who is your Sora, who talks all that embarrassing crap. And frankly, you ought to be embarrassed for the perpetration that she's pulling off, running out of there trying to represent the United States of America. She's flouncing around with her bucks and pearls. And today we are going to deal with the obligations of today that will become tomorrow, because tomorrow is today. And since it's today, we have today. Like, what the hell did you just say? You don't even know. And by the way, you talk about Biden being senile. Really? I'm old enough to know people who from their late 50s through their mid 60s got early onset of senility or dementia. And the way she talks is worse than Biden's in demonstrating the onset of senility. She can't even deal with making a coherent point. She goes back where it just goes round and round, tighter and tighter, and gets nowhere. It makes no sense to anybody. That's Miss Word Salad Annie, they call her in Europe, because she talks crap. She won't prepare. In California, she had a reputation for being lazy, and instead of preparing for a case, she just lay out a wardrobe. So each day of the trial, the hemline would keep creeping up higher and higher on the thighs. So flashing that, you're supposed to deal with what's going on. She got to start in politics by flatbacking and playing hoe. She's 20-some years old, and Willie Brown got her a job with a medical concern that dealt with San Francisco. She worked 15 hours a week. I understand it's 30-some years ago. She got hired for $72,000 a year, as reported by the L.A. Times at that moment. She wound up working 20 hours a week and got 120-some thousand a year. Willie Brown bought her a BMW 750, made the introductions, got her set up in politics. She tried to get on with a firm. She couldn't, so she screwed their number one client, an NBA player. Then apparently, according to the LA Times, which is an allegation, she couldn't get on with the DA's office, so she supposedly had an affair with the assistant director. And then she hooked up with Montel that got her intro into Hollywood, where she met her Jewish husband. And in LA, there was a big scandal because she and her husband belonged to this exclusive Jewish country club that had a long record of discriminating against black folk. Damn. And then she sat there and gave out the stiffest sentences for simple possession of marijuana in the whole United States of America. Not everybody in San Francisco, but just the black kids. And then I can remember my in-laws who lived in San Francisco. They had a favorite liquor store they used to stop through and get wine all the time. So it was an attractive target for armed robbers. So instead of going after the bandits, Queen's little solution was to shut the store down.
Mm.
You know, these kind of things. Then I guess it's because she's not a parent. 60 years old is too late now. But maybe she locked up the parents that she was so happy to do so, who would drop their kids off at the front door of the school and then find out that they were truants. So she was putting parents in jail. She adopted her husband's Jewish children after they were damn near out of high school. So, you know, what is she trying to do? What is she trying to fake? Who is she? What is she? Is she a chameleon? I know she's a hyena. She's a grinning Karen eater who sits there and tries to scavenge what other people have put out. So I started this thing on X, calling it a humping hyena, humping hyena Harris. And now if anybody mentions her, they post the hyena over here, who has the exact same grin she's got on her face on the other side of the little montage. And now they're posting the cartoon editions of Disney's hyena out of the Lion King, or I suppose Madagascar. Really funny to me, but it's tragic because she's against manhood, familyhood, womanhood, childhood.
Mm-hmm.
She's a little conniving snake who is a fake. I guess what she's been doing, what is it, baby? If you're nice to mama, we'll do what's on the Kama Sutra, page 21 at the bottom, and then we'll finish up with 37 at the top and page 117 in the middle. So I don't mind a woman getting their freak on for recreational purposes. Enjoy yourself. But when you hump for business, you a hoe. And I know I represented enough pimps and hoes in my career to know what one looks like and acts like. And she fits the definition of hoe. She humped her way to the top.
Wow.
She's a shark out in the water, jaws, and that fin is showing. So all these fools want to go wade out from the beach and go get in there. And I don't want them eaten up, but hell, maybe just feed them to her. But anyway, all it is that if you vote for Cum Queen, you're voting for emasculation, the destruction of the traditional nuclear family. You're voting for perversion. You're voting for rainbow panty wearing boys wearing blue sports bras and trying to masquerade as girls. That's what you're voting for. You're voting for decadence and depravity and something the rest of the world hates, so that if you get her in as representing her, that's what she's supposed to do. When she's dealing with Xi Jinping or Putin, is she supposed to get somebody to deliver her wrapped up naked in a carpet to get unrolled at Caesar's feet? They just say, bitch, get your sleazy ass up. I got better stuff here in my home front. Talking about, and you embarrass your country. I mean, what are we supposed to do? What is the world supposed to think having that humping hoe up there we got masquerading for somebody that's got nobility? And by the way, when somebody grins like that, always grinning when something comes up that's difficult, we saw a little bit of it with the Hiller boat, Hillary, but she's 4 times and worse, this hyena there. That also shows a lack of security. And it also shows an inferiority complex. I guess she doesn't have an assurance of what the hell she is. And her mama was a feminist, man hater. So maybe that came about as part of her developmental process, because she sure as hell is taking the opportunity to look down on her dignity. And interestingly enough, the prostitutes and strippers I represented in the course of my career had a very negative impression of men. It's funny that if they gave all that sex to the men, it's like you'd expect them to not be turned off by men, but they had the attitude, if this fool's willing to pay for this, I'll take every damn dime he has and work the opportunity. And that's kind of what you have here. This woman has deported herself with absolutely no professional respect. She's lazy, won't do the work. Her staff left her in droves because they bust their behinds doing research for her, and she wouldn't even look at it, and then act an embarrassing fool when she got up on the podium and failed. So she failed when she was in California. She failed like hell being bored as are. She hadn't even been down there hardly except to do a photo op sitting in a chair in the desert looking like a fool, and hasn't done a damn thing to deal with border security. So she's failed. So what are you supposed to do? Fail her ass upstairs and promote her so she can fail again? No, we can't afford that because the country's at stake. And too many of us are losing jobs because of these illegals that are coming in. We don't have law and order in the streets. The programs that she sponsors and she's behind don't do anything but make the problem worse because they do not address the issue of character, but make it worse. And I'm sorry, I cannot deal with supporting an acolyte of the rainbow religious cult, the new faith of the unicorn.
Now, Judge, I'm gonna ask you this. I think it's very interesting. Like, you know, we had Barack Obama, a mixed race person. The great what? Oh yeah, but we had him, but he was married to a black American woman from Chicago, Michelle Obama. But like black people are so up in arms about supporting this particular candidate, and she's not even married to a black man. She's married to a white man. If Barack Obama was married to a white woman or other outside of black, he would not become president.
She's not married to a white man. She's married to a Jewish man. He's not married to just an ordinary white man. It's a Jewish white man. Now, I'm not against Jewish people. Hell, my agent was a Jew. So, I mean, I know some of them from Hollywood that were decent. But, I mean, let's face the fact. We're dealing with somebody who does not want to deal with their own people except when it's to use them.
Mm-hmm. But do you think that Barack Obama...
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Judge, can you hear me?
I hear you now, but you were breaking up.
Okay. Let me see something. There's like some weird stuff going on. See.
Yeah, because we're talking about, guess what? This is what you get if you let them back in office. You get censorship, oppression, and you get propaganda.
Well, man, I'll say, like, could Barack Obama pull it off?
You're frozen.
I'm frozen. Let me see. Yeah, hello, Judge. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Can you see me? I'm moving. Okay. I was saying about if Barack Obama was married to a Jewish person, a Jewish white woman, will he get the same response from the black community, in particular black women? It's like black women are just enthralled with this idea of having Kamala represent us, and she's not like them. As far as like my thing is just disrespectful how the Democrats treat black Americans. Like, where is the black American that got connections to the Delta? They from Chicago, Detroit, they from the Carolinas. Where is a black? I want a black person that got like a Marion Barry background or a Harrington background, a real black American. Y'all giving us these half breeds and immigrant first generation folks.
Give that.
Why?
Yeah, they're not going to give us that. See, the other thing is the Democratic Party is the party of the old slavers. They were chartered in the second decade of the 19th century for the purpose of spreading and protecting slavery. They started the Civil War to protect slavery. They mastered the art of being slave masters. They have their nigger slaves out there that they can call on to roll on their backs so their bellies get scratched. And they do their errands and they learn tricks. And one of the most interesting ones is they get bed wenches, which are, if they're good, they promote up to the top floor. And then when they get grade, they make them the mammies to run things for the master. So that's what we have right now in American politics. We've got the crushing of real black men, strong, masculine men, and we've got these sissies that run around playing bitch, running around with blue panties and bras on, and they're supposed to deal with being the face of black maleness. What they are doing is just like Budweiser screwed up and did when they got that drag boy, whatever in the hell that freak was, bouncing around in a bathtub with blue bra and panties on, trying to sell blue can Bud Light. It didn't work. They lost a whole chunk of their business. God damn it, I hope that happens with these little blue boy, bra wearing, panty wearing freaks, that they've got masquerading as males and men, supporting this little hoe in her journey on to try to put something on this public. I hope they get the same goddamn result for their efforts. Now, other thing, as you were just talking when I was coming back on, this chick hasn't won a goddamn thing on a national level. She was a disaster in the first two primaries they went in. They picked her ass because she was weak, but she would be an interesting, kept her mouth shut figurehead. They tried to let her speak on foreign podiums. She couldn't even handle that. So now the problem is they are going to impose her honors. The Democratic Party wouldn't let any candidate debate that senile piece of trash, that urban trailer park garbage, Joe Biden, that racist dog. They wouldn't let anybody debate and expose him. Now they got a situation where 3,000 some delegates are going to pick for the country instead of doing the new thing, the recent thing, the old thing, which is having elections in primaries so the people can express their voice. They're going to have the equivalent of the old time smoke filled back room where they make the selections. And understand a huge percentage of this 3,000 some delegates that are super delegates are going to have an overweening impact on the outcome. So very few people are going to pick this hoe for being the representative for the Democratic Party. And they have mastered and controlled all of the mainstream media to spread these propagandistic lies, which, like any propagandistic lie, if told loud enough and long enough, is believed by everybody, including the liar. Trump used to be the white boy that everybody black wanted to hang around with. He didn't do a damn thing wrong for black folk, did a whole lot right. And now the media that hates the fact that he's not an acolyte of the damn rainbow unicorn cult, they sit there and they slandered him so damn long and so thoroughly that the damn fool slaves on the plantations in their minds won't come out of the damn things, and they believe this stuff. Oh, Trump's a racist. We got to go against him. What did he do? You know, what did he do wrong? What did he do right? There's a whole long catalog of what he did right, and I could go into it, but you've heard it. But anyway, am I still on? Can you hear me, by the way? You disappeared. Hello? Hello? Ron? Oh, man.
They try to shut us down. This is real serious right here. This is interference. This is real stuff. Y'all keep on thinking that stuff don't matter. They actually trying to shut us down. I never had this happen before, like this, Judge, where I lost my Wi-Fi connectivity and everything.
Yeah,
Hey,
they've been doing it a lot, brother.
yeah, I
All
see,
the
man. It's
time.
crazy.
I mean, this is on like countless shows over and over and over again. They're trying to take this place and turn it into a fascist state, man. The censorship is ridiculous.
Mm-mm-mm. But my thing is,
It's our duty to stop this. This ain't about Trump. This is about the fact that somebody is resisting this slide to fascism.
mm-hmm.
And I had a professor way back in the 60s at UCLA, political science professor. She was a visiting professor emeritus from the University of Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
She used to say, America is in a grave danger of becoming a fascist nation. Quote, not from some jackboot wearing, goose stepping uniform thugs, but from some pink panty wearing, long haired beatniks who are scared of everything, who will turn your nation fascist to protect their way of life and their views and protect you from yourself without blinking an eye. And that's just what it's become, and that's what's going on.
I mean, but you know what? It reminds me of, for us as Black people. This reminds me of that scene in Black Panther, the first one, where you got the black men fighting the black women or women. You know what I'm saying? Like we just had civil war. We had a cultural civil war, and said that we reduce ourselves to being clowns and court jesters, and we just want symbolism instead of substance. I mean,
Got it.
Kamala is not black. I mean, she's not black like us. She's not like us. Barack was scared of his own black shadow. But the black women, I ain't saying all black women, but it's like you made to feel ashamed for this speaking your mind. I don't look at Donald Trump as my white savior. I look at him as a better option to Kamala. I look at him
exactly.
Yeah.
It ain't about belief following some messiah. It's
right.
We need some shit done. And if it's like, look, see, the United States is not a corporation, but corporations are modeled on the United States. They weren't invented in this country when the Constitution was adopted. So what you have is the citizens vote for a board of electors. The stockholders vote for
y'all talking about America, they in their feelings. This is amazing. This type of interference, but the show shall go on. The marathon continues. But hopefully, Judge, are you there? Hello, Judge. Judge, can you hear me? Yeah, this is very fascinating, folks. Y'all don't understand where we at right now. This is land of bread and circuses, and we try to get people attention for the right things. This is what happens. A lot of distraction, a lot of technical difficulties. Judge, are you there? Judge, can you hear? I think Judge trying to adjust, but this is what we dealing with, folks, and this is what y'all want. It's gonna get worse in the future because they already censoring. Like I'm live streaming from several different platforms. YouTube has removed videos. Dick Gregory, Judge Joe Brown, Dr. Randy Short videos. They have removed videos where I just question official narratives. Demonetize my channel. They trying to kick me off certain platforms. TikTok be acting weird with my videos, or they limit the number of views or access to the people. So this is why it's important that we have these independent voices. I'm not a paid shield for any side. I'm not getting paid anything to voice my opinion. I'm getting alienated. People are putting me in a box. It's like the Black Boule don't like people like me. They didn't like Steve Coakley. They tolerate Baba Dick Gregory, but they don't like people like me. But Judge, can you Judge? Can't hear Judge, man. Let me come in and out. But this is why I refuse to be silenced. against all odds. And y'all got to support people like us because we on the front lines speaking this truth. The truth is very unpopular, and the truth does not have any real friends. The truth does not need friends. The truth does not believe in groupthink. But they don't want us to get this narrative. You got people that are paid operatives of the Democratic plantation that are putting out these spins. I'm on my timeline. You got people using Donald Trump clips, taking them out of context, and trying to get black folks stirred up. And we got to stop letting our emotions rule over everything. It's good to have passion, but don't let your emotions get the best of your vision. Have some logic and some common sense if you can. So, Judge, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I've been cussing and using foul language to make the point because they pay attention to that so that people can see how they come down and they don't want anything negative said about their thing. See, that's the danger. Honestly, I'm political scientist and something of a historian, and you can read about this stuff, but it's usually dated 1932, 34, 35, and it's in Nazi Germany. So I don't want to hear anybody talk about we got to support this black woman because we got to go deal with evil Trump. It's about effectiveness. You pointed it out, brother. It's like we got to start taking care of our damn business. We can't be worried about these people who would deceive us.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. But people, they're afraid. It's like if Dr. King had more people that really stood with him on that balcony, they didn't know who to shoot. If we had more people standing out, it's like if Malcolm had more people that supported what he was doing. But we see these people as a pain. I remember Merle Evers, the widow Medgar Evers, she said something that was very powerful. She said when Medgar Evers used to walk in Jackson, black people would go across the street to get away from him. They thought he was trouble, he was a problem. They did not respect him in life. So when he got killed in front of his family, she said the group of people that she was angry at the most were other black people, how they treated her husband in life. Like they didn't understand that what he was doing would benefit everybody.
Are you looking at this with these balloons floating up over me?
Yeah, I see. I've been seeing that for a while. It's going on and off. It's like it's just
it goes on every place I go. These damn balloons go up.
That's an NSA probably, Judge. I mean, they've been following you.
It comes on my 2 shows. It comes on. I was on something last night. It did it. 2 nights ago, it did it. It's been doing this for weeks. The balloons will keep coming up. But you know what? See, the thing about King is the reason he got shot was there was a bootlicking, scurrilous Negro who just happened to be passing for white. His name was J. Edgar Hoover. He set that up. I was the last judge on the case. I know what he did and how he did it. He had Dr. King murdered by a 2-man hit team he recruited from the Marine Corps Sniper School in Quantico, Virginia, right across the tarmac from the FBI Academy. And he supplied the weapon, an XM-21, and the ammunition, and then claimed it got lost when the Justice Department demanded that he return it. We got another one of these somethings coming in here trying to do the same damn thing to us to keep us down, keep us safe on the plantation behind those metal gates and fences, and they want to use us. See, they are depending upon us heavily, but our problem is that as long as we support a party, no matter what they do not do for us, meanwhile, when we fail to support a party that tries to do something for us, neither party has an incentive to do a damn thing for us, so we get nothing. And we get caught up in the loyalty of belief to a chimera instead of dealing with practical necessity and reality. We don't understand it because maybe they bred too many of our ancestors into being loyal, 2-legged cattle, dogs, so to speak, so that they showed their loyalty instinctively to whoever they perceive as master or mistress. And we can't think like everybody else does, where it ain't got nothing to do with a damn thing personal. It's about what you're going to get in trade for your votes. power. We don't get it.
Well, we didn't have it. You know, Judge, I know y'all, you went through the 60s and people talking about how bad it was, but y'all actually had real black leaders. You had real black men that were leading organizations. We don't have that no more.
I know.
I mean, like strong that stood on something. You might not agree with everything, but you had black men leading organizations that got Whitney Young don't get talk enough for me. Like he got money out of Kennedy, Johnson, he got a lot of money out of Richard Nixon for black people. And we don't even speak on Whitney Young like that.
Yeah. See, look at this. When we went to school, we had veterans who had faced death and destruction in Korea. They were our teachers. We had teachers who fought in World War II, and black folk got shot at in the war. We even had some old guys who were in World War I in the trenches, sure enough, got shot at. And who do these boys have to look at now that has that kind of thing? We had heroes that we would see every day when we went to class. Dudes got bad wounds they were recovering from, couldn't use an arm, you know. We know this dude's badass. They're heroes. And where do we have them now? Somebody, oh my God, he sank a 3-pointer with 2 seconds left in the game, and the Lakers win by 1 point. Have you ever seen a more heroic play? No, hell, that's not heroic. Fool getting paid millions of dollars for doing something that the rest of a lot of folk waste their time on. You know, they got some rap star, you talking about these bitches in my hoes, you know, they give me the moles, you know, and like that ain't no hero. And then they got all this stuff where they got sexy red, looks like a slut. And then they got this fat ass escapee from the damn pachyderm section of the zoo, Lizzo, the hippo. And that's supposed to, running around naked, is that supposed to be something that we're supposed to emulate? Where in the hell are the men? Cory Booker with his sissy ass. Al Sharpton with his sissy chicken eating ass. You know, we got all these folk running around. Like, what is that fool? This the new senator in Georgia. The
Warnock. You talking about Warnock? Right, Reverend Warnock.
Sissy ass just got that encampment of filth right across the street from his church that he won't do a damn thing about. He's supposed to be looking at it on a regular basis. What the hell is going on here? Where are the men?
Yes.
They want us to fall in line behind some fake mammy.
I mean, it's so disappointing, Judge.
And look at it. Her own daddy admits her ancestors were massive, big-time slave owners. Did they get this witch to bring her in and say, you got it in your blood. You know how to manage the niggas. We putting you in here so you can be the head mammy. And you resemble them because of your background a little bit. So these niggas on the plantation will love your mammy ass.
Let me see. I'm on to play something for you right quick, Judge. I think it's interesting. I will get your take on it.
and I'm angry because I've seen too many good friends standing next to me nearby or elsewhere who were some good people, white, black, brown, red, and yellow, got gunned down because of fakes, got killed, ruined, put in jail as political prisoners because of fakes, just like this hoe. And we don't need any of this. They remind me of people that I was personally acquainted with that were despicable people at the time. I know what they look like. And here we are again in love with a fake. What the hell is wrong with us?
Yes, sir. Well, I want to play this clip. I think I call it Whitey Dumbest. This is President Gerald Ford answering the question of a little kid. I thought it was fascinating what he said. I'm going to play it. Let's see.
You give a young lady wanting to become president of the United States?
Well, I hope we do have a young lady at some point become president of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen, because it won't happen in the normal course of events, either the Republican or Democrat political party will nominate a man for president and a woman for vice president. And the woman and man will win. So you'll end up with a president, a male, and a vice president, a female. And in that term of office of the president will die. And the woman will become president under the law.
Okay.
What have I been saying for the last 5 years? That sleazy piece of urban trailer park trash, Joe Biden, wants to make his claim to fame and history by being the son of a bitch in there who resigns or retires in the middle of a damn term so he can be responsible for a woman getting in there. And now the son of a bitch is damn near brain dead. So
is he still alive? Though?
Same damn thing. So they're going to pick this hole without anybody having a damn bit of input in there. Just 3,000 people out of 360 million are going to be able to closet themselves and pick the hole they want to be in there to be the mammy over the Negroes in the country, run the damn place on the sneak, just like that man said. I got a lot more respect for him than I had before. That was prophetic. Exactly. And it's so damn obvious. I've been saying something like that for 5 damn years. You got to get this sucker in there. He's going to do one term, try to get in for the next one so she can get in. And then what's insidious, see, if he hadn't been so damn brain dead and he could have handled it, he would have stayed in there for just on 2 years, resigned, and under the 22nd Amendment, what the hell would have happened was that she would have been allowed to stay in for the 2 years remaining of his term and then get elected to 8 more years in total. So she'd be in for 10 years. See, that's what they were trying to do, but he's too damn sick. Hell, I'm old too. I know what the hell it feels like. And I know people that I used to hang with got problems.
Yes, sir.
You know, they used to be all together, but now, you know, it's like, you know, man. Dude, dude, man.
I mean, well, Judge,
Camilla with her wrangling on, can't even speak in a straight sentence and repeats the same little clippets 7 times in a circle, and now that's why. Well, what the hell did you just say?
Yeah,
you know, I'm the one to be the one because the one is the one, and because I'm the one to hear that'll be the here tomorrow. That's the one for today, because tomorrow is today, yesterday, and did I say it's the one? Now that's why tomorrow. Like what the hell?
Well, Judge, you know what's interesting about Gerald Ford? He almost got killed by a woman. A white woman almost blew his head off. And they stopped her, and she's still alive, Judge. They interviewed her about the Donald Trump situation. She's 94 years old. She's in a nursing home somewhere in Tennessee, I believe. And she basically regretted not finishing the mission. I mean, this is a 94-year-old white woman that says she wished she could have finished Gerald Ford, the president of the United States, because she missed him barely. She almost hit him in the head, and they stopped her from shooting some more.
Trump almost got hit in the head. By the way, you see
that's staged. He said staged, right? People say that's fake.
But
that wasn't real.
See the latest stuff on that. Now that they're getting into his phone and stuff, it looks like he just hated because he was trying to find out where Joe Biden was. He was trying to find out where Kamala was. He was trying to find out where Trump was. And Trump just wound up having a convenient appearance 50 miles away from where he was. So he just wanted to kill somebody, and they're saying it looks like he had been inflamed by the rhetoric, which the rhetoric they're describing from what they saw on the phone comes from the Democratic Party, Maxine Waters and Kamala and Biden and all of the hangers-on talking about the evils of Trump. He just felt like he needed to take somebody out and get that claim to fame. So he didn't care who. So it's a problem. See, they've ramped up the tension in this country where people who used to have political disagreements, you know, and then go drink some whiskey, wine, beer, you know, hang out and play cards, they, you know, they want to go punch it out because they're looking at these folks as an actual enemy. What the hell's wrong with you, man? How can you support Trump? What the hell's wrong with you? How can you support that bitch, man? You know, damn.
Just so a lot of people believe that what happened to Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania was staged, that he
It
staged
was.
it.
I've
It was
seen
fake.
people shot from close up. One of the things is when somebody gets hit with a high velocity rifle, like he did in the ear, you can see that puff of mist. And that's because it causes the flesh to vaporize, and you're 97% water. So poof, you see that. It's before the capillaries dump their blood in it, and you see a poof of white mist. And when you got a bullet going at about 2,500 feet per second, it's only a 22 caliber bullet. An AR-15, which stands for Armalite's 15th patented design. That's what the AR stands for. It was designed by Eugene Stoner. It fires a 22 caliber rifle bullet, which is commonly used in hunting purposes to kill varmints like ground squirrels, gophers, and stuff like that, or prairie dogs. It's not deemed a large rifle, and in a lot of states, you can't do stuff like hunt 80, 90, 100-pound deer with it because it's deemed too small. And in the military context, it doesn't make any difference because you don't necessarily want to kill your opponent. You can leave his body on the battlefield to rot. You want to wound him and tie up 10 to 11 people on his side taking care of him as he recovers. So the point with the military rifle is to deliver fire and keep people's heads down. And if you hit somebody to wound, not kill them. Now, that being the case, he gets hit with a high velocity 22 caliber rifle. In fact, there are frequent conversion kits where you can take one of these 5.56, 223 weapons like we had involved here and put a rimfire adapter in it and shoot it down the same barrel. So it's a 22 caliber weapon. You saw the bullet hit, fired from 130 yards.
Oh, there you go. I don't believe in conspiracies, but I do. Getting too close to the truth. You know, remember Judge Joe Brown was able to prove that the gun they said was used to kill King wasn't the gun. We know now that the gun that killed King came from the FBI. As far as chain of possession, it came. You read the book "The Plot to Kill King" by Dr. William Pepper, who was a friend or associate of Dr. King, and he was a lawyer and friend of the King family. And also at the end, he was a lawyer for James Earl Ray, who never stood for. No, he never had his chance in court to tell his side of the story. He basically made a deal via his mob lawyer, Percy Foreman, to accept the guilty thing, but he never had an actual trial. But a lot of stuff came out in the civil trial, and on December 8th, 1999, in U.S. Civil Court in Memphis, Tennessee, the government was found guilty of killing Dr. King. Oh, you go ahead, Judge. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, this 22 caliber bullet hits it, but it's moving at about 2,500 feet per second. 130 yards downrange. All right. When it hits, it delivers a shock because it transmits this through the skull. It's like somebody, bam, hits you upside the head. So it stuns him. He drops, and you can see him in some of the video angles. He's down there like hell. And then what he does, he doesn't know that the sniper is no longer operable or operative or still breathing or whatever in the hell's going on. He gets draped all over by Secret Service agents, women, who are too small really to cover him and be effective. He stands up. He's given the power fist, and they're saying he says fight. I took a little lip reading, and he's not saying fight. He's saying fuck you, which I really relate to, man. That's some balls out, real John Wayne shit, goddamn fuck you, like hell, go for it, dude. Yeah. Tell us what he really said, because that's impressive. in the face of death, you stand up and do it. It takes him a while to get unstunned. That's like a prize fighter hitting you, bam, you know. So he gets up in spite of it. He shows whether or not he's been in the military. Hell, you can't do any better with a uniform on than stand up and be defiant in the face of death and destruction, and he was. Meanwhile, we got this hoe that wants to take over for a real man who showed us some care, courage, bravery, and defiance, and didn't say fight. He said, fuck you. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Man, that's the real deal.
Well, you know, it's very like a boost of testosterone. It was a testosterone boost for a lot of people. Like, man, this man is something else. He's a fighter, man. I respect the president because he boxes like a heavyweight champion. He fights like a boxer. I mean, political arena, judicial. But my thing is, what would have happened in your opinion if he was killed that day? Well, how would the country respond?
I think some of the far right would be out killing some of the far left. Some of the cupcakes would be getting roasted.
I mean, a civil war. Then you say it's a civil war?
I don't think a civil war. It wouldn't dissolve into states withdrawing from the union, that kind of thing. But I think you are playing with fire when you fail to realize that there are people who believe in the sanctity of the system, and they aren't really pleased with some of these folk that are trying to divest the system of being what it is and switch it over to something where the rainbow unicorn rules. They don't like that. They're tolerant because there is a built-in respect for the system that is put in an American's head, black, white, brown, red, yellow, which is a fundamental respect for law and order to an extent, which can be corrupted if nobody reinforces it. Like you get down in the hood in the hallway where you get that unicorn freak shit going on. But man, these folk are not one to mess with. And the left is playing with, I repeat, playing with fire because the right, you know, they've acquired 22 million semi-auto carbines in the last 8 or 9 years. The AR platform, the Armalite platform, is the most popular gun in America. It's not new. It was patented 72 years ago, 72 years ago by Eugene Stoner, 1952. And the deal is that you've got what is equivalent in the 21st century to the lever action rifle in the 19th century, the gun that won the West. When you see John Wayne in a black and white movie, when you saw Clint Eastwood in a black and white movie, or even one in color, or where John Wayne was now in color movies with a patch over his eye, twirling his Winchester around. That AR is older than that Winchester was at the time you saw John Wayne and Clint Eastwood with one. So the Winchester at that time, what is it? The 1950s, 1960s, 1940s? Wayne used to like the 1892 Winchester a lot. That was his favorite. So 92 to 1950 is what? That's 58 years. So the AR-15 is 72 years old. See where that goes? In other words, you've got a weapon that is kind of, you don't need to take it to a gunsmith to work on it. You can take a wrench and you can do it. It's modern technology in one sense, but it's 72 years old. The AR is 72. The AK-47 was 74 years old, 77 years old. I know because I was born in 1947, and that's when the Soviets adopted it. It is 77 years old. This is old shit. And they talk about, why do you need these military weapons? Well, what would you suggest somebody hunt with? Well, why don't they get one of these lever actions? Well, the lever action is the Henry that the Confederates called that damn Yankee weapon you can load on Sunday and shoot all week. Military weapon. The bolt action is the Mauser 98. It was adopted by the German army in 1898, 126 years ago. So it's a military weapon. So what the hell are they talking about? I mean, the U.S. civilian population used the old flintlock musket that the military issued, the Springfield 1861 muzzle-loading musket. They used a Winchester that came from the Henry that the Union Army equipped with. They used the Spencer rifle that the Union Army was equipped with. That's the one that you see Clint Eastwood with Morgan Freeman in Unforgiven, is that Spencer rifle. Spencer went on to design all of the machinery that Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors used for their production lines in the 20s. Died a filthy rich man. You've got Mauser came up with the needle gun that the Germans adopted in 1841, for God's sake. That was a military weapon. The French used the chassepot, which was their bolt action. The Germans wound up with the Mauser 98, which has been the standard in the hunting field for 126 years. Damn. Winchester came out with the 1908 model semi-auto that's been used in the hunting fields. That designed for 122 years, 116 years. You know, what time is this where we have all this foolishness and people don't realize what they're talking about? All this bull hype, high-powered weapon. Hell, the military, by the way, the U.S. military just adopted a new caliber, the 6.8 by 51, because they felt that the caliber that you're talking about, it was too small and too lacking in power, which was all right at close range jungle distances where you wanted to wound as many Viet Cong as you could, or as many Soviets to tie up their medical facilities. Now that they've opened stuff up, they need a more powerful weapon. So the military has adopted the M7 carbine put out by Sig Sauer. They've got a 6.8 by 51 millimeter new weapon that's got a super high chamber pressure and is a super round. They've got a new squad machine gun to use it, because the one that they have now, the 5.56/223/22 caliber AR, is ineffective past a certain short range. So it's a varmint weapon. That's where they got the caliber from. Why we got to do this with the big thing here, 30 caliber? Let's shoot them with a varmint gun. Treat them like they're a gopher, and they still have to have the rooms treated. So, and by the way, 98% of the casualties are produced by artillery. We got lots of 155 howitzers in there that can lob high explosives over. They got to say it in the military. Many people are killed by bullets, but only high explosives kill enough.
Yeah, I mean, great points. But like with the Trump thing, while I'm listening to people, I've been listening to people and talking to people about it being well, but they say it's staged. But I'm saying I don't think he staged it though. It is like a false flag. It could be a conspiracy.
But
it could be a conspiracy.
The brand of carbine that he had does not fire that accurately. If you take somebody that's going to have a minute of angle or less rifle that at 100 yards can reliably put 5 shots in 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch like that. Okay, maybe you can stage that. But if somebody's going to take that shot with the type of weapon he had that has an error probability like this at 100 yards, you can't stage that. Somebody's got to go in there with an intent to kill him. So how are you going to stage this and think you're going to survive when the only probability is to kill you? Now, the other thing is the guy was an amateur. You know what he did wrong?
What did he do wrong?
He took a headshot. Sniper schools say you aim for a triangle that goes here, because this doesn't move too much, but the head can do all kinds of things unpredictably. So if you shoot for this triangle at the distance he is, you can guarantee that you can fatally injure somebody if you hit in this triangle. Heart, lung, throat, spine situation. He didn't know to take it. He went for the head. If he had been looking like he was at the board, it would have killed him. The bullet would have gone straight through and out the back. When he turned, see animations with it, it went and it clipped his ear, but the shock wave went through the skull and he got dazed like a heavyweight fighter hit him. So if you're going to stage it, this isn't Hollywood. This isn't some kind of script. This is reality. You can't stage that. The only thing you can stage is arranging to kill somebody, which moves it into a different level. Plus, this was a crazy. Unless he's a Manchurian candidate for somebody and was trying to kill him. But I assume they would have given him more training and said, don't take the head shot, hit the magic triangle, take him out.
Now, some people believe there was more than one shooter based on sound recordings. It's like a JFK Daily Plaza thing. What I'm talking about as far as stage is that the lax in security. It's like the Secret Service allowed that roof to be exposed like that.
Look. Yeah. Let me talk about that. Why, in the name of their ordinary protocols, once this guy had been identified as a suspect for more than an hour, did they let him come up without checking this out? Right. 3 minutes before the shooting, you have police counter snipers saying, hey, there's a guy up on this roof. Is he one of ours or what? Who is this guy? He's got a weapon. You should have removed Trump then. You see, why is it that the Secret Service was so far away? Why are you letting, by the way, now they're coming out, the Secret Service was stretched thin because of this UN function. Why didn't you let them get compromised and protect the former president? This isn't like this guy hadn't been president. All of the secrets that are in his head that can be used as a future resource for the country, even if he's not the active chief executive, you're supposed to protect him. You didn't. And then it took all that time for them to try to get up. That getting him out of there was just as clumsy, unrehearsed, and ill-practiced as it could be. Who jumped in the front seat on the passenger side riding shotgun? Who was the driver? Who ushered the president in between them to sit on each side with another guy, the fifth man, in the back, out the rear, ready to take down any pursuit? They didn't do.
See how it happened, folks? We having a good old grand time, and this is what it comes. You start talking this truth talk, or you go against the official narrative. They try to shut you down. Hopefully, the judge will get back on. Be down with Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown, be down. So I guess we're about to wrap this up, but I hope the judge can come back on. I want to ask him a few more questions as it relates to the Trump thing and the Secret Service. I think it's interesting that people don't realize that the Secret Service was created April 14th, 1865 by President Abraham Lincoln. And you know, he got shot later that night because they didn't protect him. So the Secret Service was created April 14th, 1865. Lincoln got shot that night and died the next day. And really, the Secret Service should have been abolished November 23rd, 1963.
I'm back on. Let me tell you what the Secret Service got created for counterfeiting. They got paid the guardians of the president because effectively they were the only organized governmental police unit.
Hello, the judge?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, like the Secret Service was created for counterfeiting purposes by Abraham Lincoln because a third of the U.S. currency was counterfeit back in the 1860s. So Lincoln created that through the Department of Treasury. Go ahead, Judge.
Yeah. So anyway, it was set up to combat counterfeiting. It just happened to be the only agency that was a federal law enforcement agency outside of the marshal's office, which was set up on one man and deputizing people. So that was a collective agency they could use. Now, Lincoln got shot because the U.S. Army major detailed to guard him in the booth at the theater
Yeah, forced dealer. Yeah.
He went downstairs to the bar to get a drink.
Mm.
And that's the equivalent of what they did with Trump. They weren't on their job, ill-rehearsed and everything else. And the guy from Pennsylvania that was put in charge of the operation had never done this before. He was a rookie. And they had subcontracted all of this out to other agencies affiliated with Homeland Security, not those who were charged with guarding the president. Then there's another thing, too, that they lack. There's a special thing, I am told, with being in the Secret Service. Do you volunteer for the VIP protection detail for the president and vice president, which means your job description means you sacrifice your life if necessary? A lot of people saying, hell with that. I'll go deal with the counterfeit money, but I don't even like the son of a bitch. I ain't going to give my life for him.
Right.
See, that's above and beyond. That's a forlorn hope thing they used to call it. In other words, you volunteer for it because you're trying to get out of maybe getting executed a cent to Leavenworth or something. And, you survive and you make it, but give up all hope if you do it. So basically, it was incompetently done, and at least that woman finally resigned in the face of her incompetence, and she was a DEI hire as well, and was her assistant director. So it was a farce. Meanwhile, a large number of Trump's regular contingent was assigned to go guard Dr. Jill. They call her that, I guess. She's not a doctor, for Biden. So I guess his wife had a tea party that she siphoned off the Secret Service protection. It's kind of a case of just getting told, babe, you need to hold up. This is more important. He takes priority over you. But they didn't.
Oh, that's so you don't feel like there was anything nefarious or malicious on the part of the
No,
Secret
it was nefarious taking that detail away from Trump. They never.
Okay, this is what they do. Let me see something real quick, y'all. Oh man, this is boy, they love messing with me, boy. But anyway, this is the price you pay for being a truth teller. You know, you get disinvited from the barbecue, and you know, nobody wants you to have you over home for the holidays or holidays, but hopefully get judged back on to finish his stop. But it's very interesting, like the lax in service, just like with JFK assassination in Daily Plaza. The Secret Service did not secure the buildings. The buildings were open windows. He was going down the street with tall buildings with open, unsecured windows. They changed the parade route at the last minute, you know, and the Secret Service was partying like rock stars the night before. They were getting drunk, high, messing around with strippers, from my understanding. So they wasn't even on their job when President Kennedy got his head blown off in the middle of the day. And what's crazy is the driver, William Greer, was originally from Ireland. He was an old gentleman. He was like, I want to say close to his 60s. And he slowed down instead of speeding up when it was under fire. This man actually slows down, and then they give the President Kennedy the kill shot. So I don't know what that's about, but a lot of people believe that the kill shot did not come from the school book depository. I don't think they found one fingerprint connected to Oswald in the so-called nest at the school book depository. Matter of fact, from my understanding, they found a partial fingerprint that belonged to Malcolm Wallace, LBJ's guy. But a lot of people, when the shots went off, from my understanding, a lot of the people in the crowd, they ran towards the grassy knoll. I'm talking about the Kennedy assassination, how the people reacted in Texas. They ran towards the grassy knoll. They ran towards the train tracks and pulled them tramps out the train, and the police had to save them. So don't people, because you have veterans and stuff there.
Well, you know, I got invited by the retired Dallas detectives who actually investigated the Kennedy thing, including the one who passed by Lee Harvey Oswald in the book repository. And had the limo out there. The limo still had the bullet holes in it, and one of them is a nice clean hole through the front windshield. And I told them to go run some tests. And I said, what you're going to find is if you shoot a bullet through such a windshield from the inside, in other words, from the rear of the vehicle toward the front, as the bullet is supposed to have gone, it'll bulge it out like somebody hit their head on it.
Right.
Okay. If it's from the front to the back, coming from the railroad tracks of those cars, it'll be a nice clean hole. They reported back to me that they had run the experiment on the identical armored glass, and it had a nice clean hole from the front and bulged out from the back if it hit from the inside. So their speculation was that the shot was not fired from the grassy knoll because of a good reason. You could see it if you were actually standing on the scene, because they had crowds watching the reenactment. And that was, you couldn't count on your shot path being clear. And when the limo came by, the president's head would have been about chest high to bystanders standing along the curb. So you couldn't count on a clear field. But if you're standing on the bridge, or where those 4 boxcars were, where they had 7 tracks on that rail bridge, or from the passageway through the bridge, which at the time of the events was open, you would have had a straight on shot for 9 seconds coming from about 110 yards down to about 60. And you would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds to take a point blank shot from 120 yards down to about 60, 50 yards, which is point blank. You wouldn't have had to make any elevation corrections. And that's before the vehicle would have dropped down a bit towards your left as it was facing you. The grassy knoll, you couldn't have fired the shot from because people would be standing in the way of your target.
Right.
But at the grassy knoll, you could drop a rifle if you took the bolt out down to a tunnel that stretched 400 some feet to the other side of the rail yard and came out in some brush. We went down there, and you could, if you crouched over, you could run through the damn thing. So as detectives told me, they said 30 seconds after the shot, there were people in plain clothes, uniforms, everything. Nobody knew who was who, carrying rifles and shotguns. They are assuming now that somebody might have visited the grassy knoll where this sewage pipe opening was and dropped the rifle down there to an accomplice. And the person would have come from one of the boxcars, which you can see on pictures taken contemporaneously with events. The guy that said that found the rifle said he was talking to the superintendent in the basement. And because it was an old-time elevator you couldn't summon, you had to go up and get it. They went from the basement up to the first floor, and you had to walk across the first floor in its entirety to get to stairs that went to the upper levels where the elevator was. So he said while he was walking down the corridor with the superintendent, Lee Harvey Oswald walked to him. He stopped him and said, "Who are you?" And the superintendent said, "He's one of us. He works here." So he let Lee Harvey go. But he said just as he was letting go, the elevator passed him. So somebody from the 6th floor was operating the elevator to go down, because that's where it was. He said when he got up there, he secured the Carcano rifle. Now, there was a fingerprint on the Carcano rifle, the buttstock, that was identifiable. It did not belong to Lee Harvey Oswald. And for years, they didn't know who that belonged to. Now, they got a clue from the repository on assassination records in D.C. on 14th Street that was created by an act of Congress in the 1980s, and you could secure copies of certified documents that the congressional or regulation required to be sent there. And Bush and Clinton both signed executive orders directing all agencies to send copies of all records that they had on any assassination, Kennedy, Wallace attempt, King, anything, to this repository. So there. And they said they made a request, and as a result of the request, they got a name. And when they ran the prints, known prints for this person, bingo, it was an exact match for the print that was on the Carcano rifle. The person that was in question had been an honor student in high school, captain of the football team, captain of the baseball team, student body president, had been somebody that went to Harvard, graduated from Harvard, came out, became a war hero in World War II, came back, and for some reason, in front of 30-some witnesses in a diner, shot somebody in the head 6 times, was convicted for murder, sentenced to be hung, and 6 months later, his death sentence was commuted to time served and the charge reduced to manslaughter. He was released, and he was the suspect in 20-some other killings that occurred in Texas over the years. Well, the interesting thing about it is this person supposedly died in a 1-car wreck in the Texas desert in broad daylight with no witnesses. The detectives indicated that they got a court order. This is after the assassination, long years after the assassination, to exhume the body. And when they went to do so, there was no body in the grave. Now, the person that certified this individual's death also certified John F. Kennedy's death. He also was in the private business of funeral home directing and owned the largest number of graveyards and cemeteries in Texas. He did the Kennedy autopsy. He was also the medical examiner for the state of Texas, but he wound up getting arrested and put in jail for being a hitman. There were a number of unsolved murders, and one of the would-be deceased survived being shot 6 times and several severe burns to identify the medical examiner. They had him in custody, and as they were later marching him to the Dallas County Courthouse for arraignment, he allegedly attempted to escape and was shot 14 times by deputies. Well, they buried him in his own graveyard, but the detectives also got an exhumation order. When they exhumed the grave, there was no body in it. So they were trying to figure it out. But anyway, they had evidence, and this person also was connected with Billy Saul Estes. So Billy Saul Estes was prosecuted. You remember his hookup with Lyndon Baines Johnson, not necessarily a friend, but as a crony. And Stephen Trott, who was U.S. attorney, later to become a federal judge, now dead, offered Billy Saul Estes a recommendation for a pardon through the president if the information he supplied was accurate, which it was, but they left it to the FBI to investigate. The FBI said, no, it wasn't. But guess what? The name that Saul Estes supplied was the one that years later turned up to be the one that left the fingerprint on the Carcano rifle. So that's in the record, and they got all that through the repository, and they let me take a look at the certified copies. So that's what it said.
I know the person that I heard that was on that fingerprint was on the rifle. His name was Malcolm Wallace, who also had a connection to LBJ. He was like one of his goons.
Wallace is, that
He's
is
like a serial killer, Judge. He's like a serial killer to me. Like military background. We talked about this, like military.
But see, I said war hero. I just described him to you. His name was Wallace, but see, he was also supposed to be a hitman for the Texas oil mafia.
I believe that. I believe
so
it, man.
Anyway, he is supposed to have died in a 1-car wreck in the Texas desert. The medical examiner performed the autopsy, supposedly, and had him buried in one of his private cemeteries. But when they exhumed the coffin, there was no body in it. So crazy, was this just somebody getting gone? And the medical examiner supposedly got shot 14 times himself, but there's no body in his grave either. So they took me on the tour of this shit. At first, I
Yeah.
thought freak, except these were the real live detectives. Two of whom you can see right in the picture when Jack Ruby shoots down Lee Harvey Oswald in the parking lot the next day. These are the ones in the pictures. You know,
Wow.
damn.
Yeah, that's crazy. All this stuff is insane. But like, just, I gotta ask you, because you know the women that were guarding Donald Trump, and you had the person who was over the Secret Service. She was a woman. Do you believe women should be involved in Secret Service security
Well,
detail?
first off, you saw the flaw. They weren't strong enough to pull him down and keep him on the ground. He stood up with draped all over him. Second thing, their size differential was such that they couldn't actually physically cover him to protect him from getting shot as an alternative target. You know, the Secret Service guy that was closest to Reagan got shot in the chest because he jumped in the way. He survived, wound up being a police in a jurisdiction, but he did take the bullet. But they weren't big enough to do that. And there's something that intrinsically bothers me about sacrificing a woman's life. They're supposed to be protected. It just offends my sensibilities. So, you know, it's one thing, certain things you can do. It's a total another when you say your job is to sacrifice your life for this guy. That just seems poison. You know, when the war goes down and the battles are fought and the population has been decreased, women are there to make up the next generation,
right?
To the members of the tribe or the people back up. They're not there to be sacrificed when there are men to be on the wall. That's just something wrong with that to me. But anyway, man, I got something I got to do.
Yeah, we're marathon. Yeah, Joe, I appreciate you always. Thank you.
But man, this censorship is getting horrible, man.
I know. Tell me about it. Like I said, they try to they limit certain people. I see how like Shannon Sharp and Candace Owens. I like both of them, but they allowed to say stuff that we talk about and not get penalized for it. Like Joe Rogan, they could talk about certain things, and we try to talk about things. I'm getting penalized for it.
Well, see, they don't want to develop like you. You can go far, brother. You can be one of those people. But see, they don't want you to interview me so you can develop. They want the same cliched people that is safe to go through or to offer a facsimile of opposition.
Right. Yes, sir.
You know, if you got a fight and somebody's taking a dive in the fight when it's fixed, he's got to put on a show. He just can't walk in there, stand with his hands side and get knocked flat on the ground. He got to put up a fight. So they have to have somebody that looks like they're trying to oppose what they're doing.
I mean, it's a game. The world's a stage. Yeah, it's a game. We in the arena. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, man, I got to check out.
Yeah, Judge. Thank you so much. Judge just left the building.
I apologize for the language, but it was to provoke what happened.
Well, you prove your point. You put a bigger target on my back, Judge. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, it gives you the chance to be a hero, and it brings you to public attention. You are now somebody that can, you know.
We'll see. Let me try me. We'll see. But it makes sense that Trump will pardon Jack Johnson because he's going through what Jack Johnson went through in his own way. I mean, he identified with fighters, and to me, every black man should support a man. I mean, like, I ain't gonna get out, just another story, but I don't see it's something about Trump that he gets something. It speaks to black men, the masculinity, being unapologetic, just being himself. That speaks to men.
He can't even,
not just black men.
He always do something. Well, he's not an orator. He didn't take courses in it. He's just a plain speaking somebody, like somebody you might be having a beer with, you know?
He don't even drink like that. He don't drink or nothing like that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
He don't drink or smoke.
It's just like, hey, he talks about, I squeezed the pussy. Hell, we all talk shit like that. You know? That's what you do. That's what you say in the locker room. But, you know, they're all punks. We know there are punks. We know the type. I don't want to say nothing. But when he was to get ready to take a shower, you know, after working out, you need to know he was talking about squeezing pussies. And you know, I'd never do anything like that to you. You know, little punks go around with that kind of stuff. We know who they are. We know some of them personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do. And they in politics real deep. I mean, that's another story once again.
Are they in the locker rooms? Are they
Yeah.
trying to little babes talking about, baby, I wouldn't cheat on you like your man does. You need to go put him down and deal with me, punk.
Oh man. Well, Judge, thank you so much. Word was Duke Ellington. We love you madly, and you keep on producing and pushing, sir. Thank you so much.
And
Judge.
meanwhile, the function
Mm-hmm.
downtown at the Convention Center Hotel, the Sheridan down
Yeah.
on Main Street.
Mm-hmm. I know
I'm
you're
gonna
talking
run
about.
down and check it out. I think I know who's putting it on. It's about some pre-jazz event, so jazz festival event. And meanwhile, maybe somebody can get something in this town so it doesn't die off any worse than it is compared to Nashville. So,
Oh yeah, but Tom Lee Park is a good start. You've been down there, Judge, since they redid Tom Lee Park. It's amazing.
yeah, but you know who's going to get to run it?
Who?
Van Turner in his green space.
Oh, they don't need their help, man. That's a beautiful man. I love
No,
going
I
there.
mean, but they're talking about the city council has got consideration of a resolution to turn operation of city parks over to him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I was
They
talking
ain't want
about.
him for mayor.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to when I said this fixes on with the fairgrounds and all that other stuff, Shelby Farms. He's trying to corner the market and operating city parks, which, since there is revenue to be generated, there it is. Have you been out to the fish place out here at Shelby Farms, right
I heard
on
a
the
lot
lake?
of great things about it. I heard a lot of great things about it. I haven't been out
See,
there
they're
yet.
going to open up restaurants out there, so he'll be able to, even if it's a non-profit, the money flows, which means you can steal a lot of it. And that's what the deal is. These clowns want to privatize our city parks and start charging admission to get in the damn things, like it's an amusement park.
Now, they do that on Bill Street after 8 o'clock I mean, charging you $5 to walk down Bill Street. Like, man, it's crazy.
Oh, the hell they do. You got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Hey,
They want to keep certain
and-
people out. They want to keep certain people out. That's what they say.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't been out there since they closed Club Royale. Hell, you know, that place is so lame ass stereotyped, and all the money being laundered on that street.
If Bill Street could talk, if Bill Street could talk, yeah.
Hey,
Thank you, Judge, so much. We love you madly, man. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. That's right. Give them about
somebody
the
needs
greatest.
to talk to these fools, you know, show them a little manly shit. You
Yes, sir.
don't pay for this. I'm not
Fight,
gonna do
fight,
it.
fight.
Don't
Fight,
go
fight,
to jail.
fight.
Worth it, but you know, figuratively, not literally. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm out.
yes, sir. Fight, 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 fight.
Fuck you. That's what he said.
And that's the one only Honorable Judge Joe Brown. And this will be interesting. I'm gonna have to do something. He spoke his mind. We believe in freedom of expression and freedom of speech, but don't blame we all be for that. And I'm gonna read my disclaimer. I don't know what do any good on Whitey. On Whitey, that's YouTube. Whitey, I call it Whitey. You know, just bro. But thank y'all. I didn't know we were gonna be on here about 4 hours, but we're about to close it out. But before we get out of here, I'm gonna promote Judge's barbecue sauce, Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce. Get some of that barbecue sauce. Get some of that Judge Brown barbecue in your live sauce. Gonna play that right quick. This We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Let me see. Judge in the house.
Judge Joe Brown's all-new barbecue sauce and seasoning. Justice in the form of flavor.
Law firms will take this as a retainer.
What? It must be a law firm when they hungry as hell. Now you gonna help me with this parole I'm dealing with?
Guess who's back and Black Again. That's Brother Ron. I'm gonna close out. Thank you all for being so patient and for enjoying this show, and for the audience members for being a part of this. I want to thank all the people that donated. Black Mama, we love you madly. Thank you so much. Let me see. Oh man, always something. Brother Daryl Nick coming through with the nick of time. Daryl Nicks, thank you so much. And Nadeem Lashari, thank you so much for the love donation. And y'all can keep on giving that, because they getting tight with the censorship. Like, I let the judge be the judge, but you be the judge on that. And my thing is, we got to challenge these narratives and these perspectives they put out there about our people. We need champions. Like, you know, Memphis is the blackest city in America, supposedly, but we don't have the right type of Black representation in government, in media, like we should. And like, I'm feeling like I'm just picking up the torch that Ida B. Wells Barnett left when they ran out of Memphis back in 1892. I'm just carrying on the mission that we need a strong Black media, and that we need to support strong Black media. Like I said, I'm not getting paid by Trump or by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. This is costing me probably more than I know right now, just to speak my mind and allow other folks on the platform to speak their mind. So that's why I'm just going to pay it no mind and keep on producing and pushing. And hopefully y'all can support that. Like, you know, the Cash App, $sign R2C2H2, Google Pay, PayPal, Zelle your support. Email is r2c2h2@gmail.com. Vimo your support at r2c2h2. You can also mail in a donation. Attention, Ronald Hurd II, the We All Be Group Incorporated, P.O. Box 752062. That's P.O. Box 752062, Memphis, Tennessee 38175. Also, you could buy Art of His Art. Let me show that. So we all be in it, and you can wear it. You can wear Art of His Art. Check it out. R2C2H2's place. Check it out. Art for everybody. And today, I think you get like a 20% discount if you order something today. They got a discount code. Let me see. But, you know, Emmett Till birthday was July 25th, Thursday. Got some Emmett Till. We struggled till death. Got the I to B. Forever I to B, baby. So we got a little bit of everything for everybody. And let's see. It's almost at the 4. We were at 4 hours, almost at 4 hours. I can't believe that time went by fast. Put that in the comment section. So y'all go get that good stuff. You know, go get that. Go to our Teespring location, R2C2H2's place. R2C2H2's place. Oh, yeah. So let me see. We check out the comment section. Then I'm about to head on out. But thank y'all for y'all like participation, for adding to the dialogue and all this stuff. We love you madly for that. And let's see. Screens, acting. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see. Some interesting stuff going on. No, I don't want that. What is that? Maybe. I would say this, like you said, whether it was Donald Trump, we all really Trumps and clowns, because y'all complain about the people who run the country and who's trying to run. They are a reflection of who we are as a people. This is where we at. So you calling them a clown and we the clowns. We all mirrors to each other. So it's a clown show. It's a circus. It's bread and circuses. For real. I can't speak for Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory, I love my Baba. You know, he speaks to me all the time, Baba Dick Gregory, because you can't kill energy. But my thing is, I don't live my life based on everything Dick Gregory said is law. I believe he was entitled to his own opinion, perspective based on his experiences and other things. But his way ain't the only way. You know, there are more than one way to get where you need to go. There are many ways to get to where you need to go. And I'm very thankful for the relationship I had with Bob. I'm not looking for his approval, because the man said it himself. Your truth does not need to be validated by other people's ignorance. And Baba was 8 years early. He was 8 years early. He was very prophetic. And what he was talking about in 2016 is happening in 2024. And 2016, you add up the year 2016, it adds up to 9. Donald Trump is the 45th president. 4 plus 5 is 9. Project 2025, out of the numbers, is 9. The sister that got killed in Springfield by the police, Sonia Massey, she was 36 years old. 3 plus 6 is 9. We are in the end time, but it's not the ending. It's the ending of the old and the beginning of the new. And history repeats and rhymes. So, I mean, like, y'all not going to shame me about speaking my mind, because, like, the fact that people could talk about supporting these Democrats that started the Klan, they never switched parties. That's not true. The Democrats started the Klan. They didn't want black folks having facilities that were as equal as the white facilities. What is this going on? Got something. Let me see something. Okay, so I'm just gonna wrap it up. I'm trying to figure out how I got this thing at the bottom of my thing, but said he was at the end of his life when being asked about Trump, actually when he was in the 70s. I mean, Dick Gregory is entitled to what he believed, man. Dick Gregory is a pioneer, a humanitarian. He did a lot for our people, so it's much respect to the elder. He was a real elder and a Baba. But at the same time, people got to think for themselves, man. Just because it worked for Dick Gregory don't mean it's going to work for you. And I don't, like I said, I don't look at any man's opinion or perspective to being the law. I mean, Dick was a very amazing person. But trying to see. God damn it. Okay, y'all. I thank y'all so much for hanging out with the We All Be Nation. We love you madly. Trying to see why this thing's showing up. What is that? Okay, I got it off. Thank God. Woo. Boy, it's been a crazy day. Well, let me read the disclaimer right quick. And thank y'all for the people that's going to donate in the future to support this movement. The disclaimer, I need to read this. The views expressed by hosts and guests on the We All Be TV platform are not the official views, opinions, beliefs, or perspectives of We All Be News or the We All Be Group Incorporated. We All Be News is an organization that thoroughly believes in supplementing the information narrative that is usually supplied by the corporate news entities with those viewpoints and expressions which may be marginalized or ignored for a plethora of reasons. We are about informing the general public on alternative perspectives as it relates to news and information, and letting the general public be the ultimate judge in deciding on how to use said information. Informed citizens are responsible citizens. Thank you for your support. Thank you all for hanging out. About to close this out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I received that. Yes, Black Republicans. Black folks did help create the Republican Party. It was the party of not only Lincoln, who was the president that helped free the slaves, but also the party of Frederick Douglass. Some of my most prominent Black people that did things for Black people were Republicans. I think about Robert Church, the Church family. It wasn't Republicans. There was very powerful Republicans in the South, Black Republicans. Think about Oscar the Priest. Think about a lot of the Black people during the Reconstruction era were Black Republicans. So, yeah. Thank y'all so much. Yeah, I'm taking it. Y'all take care. Enjoy the rest of y'all Saturday, and know that the best is yet to come. One love, yay, yay, and fight, fight, fight.